use. So please look at the drawings. Then we now move to Tamakadam. Is that you use Tamakadam or stone-based course? But we are conversant in stone-based course now. So the thickness of that stone-based course is what you have 600, between 600 to 100 mm according to that drawings. Then look at your BESMM4R to determine the code, which is 2T153. The dimension is as previously described. Then the next thing we are going to talk about is surfacing, that is roller part, wearing off. What we have in that drawing is 338 mm depth, and that 38 mm fall within 30 to 60 mm according to BESMM. They are good. If you have your BESMM4R, you need to check appropriately. Then the dimension there is 2,500 by 6.15. We got that dimension through the previous post calculation. The same thing applicable to parent waves, then scope area, that is BESMM, all that. Then the next thing is in-situ concrete. The in-situ concrete is for drainage, and in that area we talk about bedding. That is the thickness of the bed there is 1.15. Then that of the BESMM as well is 2.5. It's so different, but you still have the same dimension. And this measurement is done in cubic content. All those dimensions, as previous described, is what we are using. So the coding is 2F, because when you check the BESMM4R, what we have there is 2F721. So, and this will be done for carriageway, BESMM, and the next thing is in-situ concrete detail in wall. So we have concrete wall along that drainage line, and the thickness, the depth or the thickness of that wall is 0.5. The height is 0.65. Then the length is 2,500. Then according to the thickness, you can establish the coding to 2F741 as well. Then likewise the BESMM, you have BESMM there. You know the reason why we got 3/4. Then that will reduce the depth and the thickness. Then detail end beams. You have here, we have to make mention of the cross-sectional areas. The end beam is a kind of a thing that allows channel to pass through. When it is raining, the flow of the water will pass through that channel, and that channel must be supported by that end beam. So the size of that end beam is 2,500. That is the length of the road. Then the width of that end beam is 0.2. Then the thickness is 0.1. So please check that in BESMM4R, which is page 216. Then if you are still using BESMM4, you have it in page 444. So you need to compare the two. Then likewise, we will have that edge beam under the BESMM, that is scope area. Then we have to talk about the concrete ancillaries, that is formwork for in-situ concrete. Look at, you have basic finish formwork to side of wall vertically. You provide formwork for the side of the wall, and the height of that wall is 4.65. Then you provide for that of a BESMM, that is covered. Then the next thing we going to measure is still due to formwork to edge beams. So that edge beam is the thickness of the height is 4.20. We are providing for two surfaces, and we have realization, road realization there. I mean, 2 ways. So what we have there is 2,500.2. That 0.2 represents the height of that edge beam. The thickness, like I've mentioned, is 4.15. Then multiply by 2 by 2 by 2. Ditto come up to BESMM4R. The same thing applicable to BESMM4R. Channel. We have to make a provision for making channels. These channels are divided into a compartment, like 4 meter by 4 meter. So to establish the number of that compartment to have, you're having the length of that road to be 2,500 divided by 4. So we're having 225, then by 2. That's the channel we are going to have then. So side walkway to pedestrian. The sideway, when you can, please look at the drawings. When you look at that drawings, we are having 1 meter. Then the length of that road is 2,500. 100 mm thick imported natural materials other than topsoil. That you have to do a bit of excavation there. Then likewise to the basement, the top area. You can have all those dimensions for carrying with BESMM4R. Then we have light gravity pavement concrete. That one, we have 20 mm thick granular base. Then we have another one, 60 mm thick segmental concrete roading. All these things will carry the same dimension. And when you look at the drawings, you see what we have put in that dimension. Then the coding is determined by the thickness. When you look at the BESMM4R, you see that 219, all those categories fall under 219. Then in BESMM4R, that one fall under page 4.4. And the coding is 2C860. They have the same coding, but the page is quite different. But this time around, we are talking about BESMM4R. For those of us that are not conversant with BESMM4R, we are still using BESMM5. That is the more reason why I made us to see the pages. You can find them. Embankment. Here, general explanation for embankment. Other than topsoil or artificial hardware, maximum depth 4.2, like we have done before. Now, like I said, those embankments, they are divided into sizes. That is 400 by the length by width. Then the thickness is 2.15. We establish the numbers, which is 2.5 by 2. We are having this side, the other side of the road. So when you look at the dimension, you look at the thickness of that items, you may be able to plant the code. Then in situ concrete. In situ concrete as described in ground slide. When you have that embankment, if the rain is falling, we should have a way whereby the runoff of water will drop to the normal drainage, so that the water will not, the rain falling will not water lodge on that grass. So that's why we are providing channel for that embankment. And we divided that into 4 by 4, and the thickness of that channel is 150 by 150. That is the height and the thickness. So when you look at the coding, we're having 2F721, and that is the coding. Don't forget, what determines your coding is description, either thickness or height of your dimension. Then curves. We want to measure curves now. The curves there, we have precast concrete curves, size 250 by 450, according to that drawings. Don't forget, we are going to put punching in concrete, because when you are doing your estimation, those punching are very important. And what the BESMM is saying, 4R is saying that we measure the one that is straight, so to determine the coding. Then the curved areas, the BESMM is saying that that area that is not exceeding 12 meters, including base, it will determine the code, which is 23715. That's why that code is quite different from 23711 because it has been stated in the BESMM4R. How to measure that? That's called the area. Detail precast slab that is covering the drainage. You have it along the carriageway, bare mount, then embankment grass area. You have them. Then road paving ancillaries. Road paving ancillaries is about the traffic signs. You know. Then when you go to the waste calculation we're having there, when you make lines, you talk about surface marking. Then you talk about the deltas. You write. So at intervals, at the stretch, you can have about 50 meters. So that's why you divide 2,500 by 50 to establish one. So in one numbers, 1 in 50 places. Then due to letters, 1 in 50 places. When you look at that description, it takes us to 2T, 923. Then intermittent lines. We are conversant with all those lines, 4 lines along the road. It's about 2 meters. That's the length. Then if you want to establish the numbers, you know, to be done, you divide that one by 50 as well. So to get the total number. Then the length of that intermittent line is 2 meters. Then we have 4 in a place, then altogether 50. So that ends the measurement of the road. We want to change to what's covered now. What's covered? Measurement of the bus covers. The size of bus covers according to the bank drawings is we have 7 by 1.5 by 1.5 meter depth. Like I've said, to most of our students that want to do the NIQS, it is very expedient for us to normally list the taking of this. When you look at all those taking of this is there. Because of our time, we would like to see that taking of this preambles, points, then we'll take up the general excavation for top soil. So that aspect, the length of that drainage is 7 meters, the width is 1.50, and the depth is 0.50. So, like I previously said, the depth determines what to put in as a code. So, it's like a repetition of, it's still the same procedure. So, then you go for excavation of foundation itself. That is 7 meters by 1.50 by 1.150. So, it is the foundation. We are digging foundation for that coverage. Description is there. Then you can see the coding. Then excavation ancillaries. You cannot do excavation without removing some things. These are categorized under disposals. Disposal of excavation under excavation ancillaries. The total volume of what you have excavated is what you have on that dimension. Then you have to dispose them. Then preparation of surface to receive the concrete bed. That one is equally grouped under excavation ancillaries. Then we are going to concrete itself. That is class F into concrete. The provision of concrete design means for ordinary structural concrete. You know, the strength of that concrete is stated. That's 28 by 35. It depends on what the structure says. But if the structure is say 30-45, but you have that agreement, the SMM description, the BESMM4R has taken that description, whichever you want to use. horizontal that is specified. But this one, in this case, 28 by 35 is specified. Then that will determine the code we are going to use. Then in that line, we are having 7 by 1.50 by 0.5, that's for bed foundation. Then 7.0 by 1.5 by 0.15, that is for wall. Then suspended slab there. That is the one you are casting. Suspended slab, that is the 7, 1.50, 0.15, that's the thickness. So it's 2F161, that's for provision. The placement of concrete is 7. The import of provision of concrete, supposedly you want to hire plants to, maybe you are using concrete mixer, to do your work. It will determine the kind of plant you are going to use. The placement of concrete as well, when you are placing reinforced concrete footings, you have it 7 by 1.50, 0.15 as the base, the bed for the something there, for the dimension. Then we are having 7.10, 1.50, 0.15, that's the thickness of the wall. We have ditto vertical walls, that's their concrete. So then the other one is suspended slabs. The dimension is the cubic content, that is 7 by 1.0, that's width, then thickness 0.15. That's for concrete slab. Then the concrete slab will have concrete auxiliary, that is formwork. Rough finish, plain vertical walls. That is, we are placing the formwork by the side of the vertical concrete wall. So we have it two. We have it there as our dimension. The other one too is in a situation whereby you have done your soil investigation, you require working space. That will require that require working space. That is, you are making provisions for the formwork not to allow the soil to fall into where you are working. So we have that one to be 7, 0 by 1.20 by 2 by 2. Then another one is rough finish plain horizontal width between 0.10 by 1.22. That's the length of that box cover is 7. And the width we want to do is 1.0 after deducting the wall, the concrete wall. That dimension will remain 1.2. So, and it falls within 0.0 by 1.22 according to BESMM. So that will determine the coding you are going to use. Then concrete accessory. After casting all this, you have to finish for proper curing. You have to put water. That one is concrete accessory. Other one is putting wiring brush. That is to make sure that the work is cured under 28 days. So we have to measure that one as specified by BESMM. Then we want to talk about the reinforcement under that during talking. High heat C bars to BS 445 12 mm diameter. That one will serve as main bars. Then the other 10 mm will serve as distribution bars. So you have to lay them accordingly. So the length is 1.50, that's depth. Then the other length of the coverage is 7 meters. So when you do the calculation, weight calculation, you have to get the shortest distance divided by 0.2, that's 10 powers of laying reinforcement. Then 7 divided by 0.2 interval as well. So you get how that will give us how we come about the number of reinforcement required. That is the dimension. So I want to stop there on that on the view of both covers. We want to go to bridges now. Bridges. Measurement of reinforced concrete bridges. Like I said, Taking up this, we take preambles, ACO, which belongs to class C, general excavation of foundation, excavation ancillary disposal of materials, surface materials. All these things follow the same pattern. That's why the civil engineering element is very simple compared to that of building works. Just the simple way. So provision of concrete, placement of concrete. Here you have to consider apron, equipment, all the rest. Then concrete ancillary formwork, the concrete accessory, finishing to surface reinforcement. Now, I will not dwell on the issue of preambles because we have the drawings with you. Then the waste calculation to establish dimension we want to use. Waste calculation, what we have there, the length of the bridges is 14 meters. And we are adding 2 by 2 to allow us to have working space. That's the total length will be going to 18. Then likewise the width. When you add 4, you get 13. The essence of that 13 is to allow us to have this working space to work. General excavation now will be 18 by 13 by 0.2. This description is there, and as previously described, you can see then the same codings still remains same because the depth of that excavation is not doesn't change. Then foundation excavation, you can see that the foundation excavation is in between the 2 by 5 meters. If you check for BESMM4R, you will now see that is 4 in between 2 by 4 because the depth of that excavation is 2.4. So that determines the code from there. Then excavation ancillary, like I said, you have to dispose of the volume of what you have done. The volume, you dispose them both in general excavation and ditto in foundation excavation, the main foundation excavation. You see, preparation of surface, you can have the dimension which is 14.0 by 9. You have to prepare the surface properly before moving forward. Then, here I want to talk about the in-situ concrete, which is in class 7. Provision of concrete. You have to design means for ordinary structural concrete. That grade is 28 by 35, and to cement 20 mm aggregate as specified. The import of this is that when you specify all this grading and you are providing concrete, it will tell you the type of equipment you are going to use. If you are using small concrete mixer or the one that looks like silos, all these things the lecturer must take into cognizance. Then, look, all the provision of concrete should be for all dimensions. When you look at that dimension, you can see it on the slide there. It has taken into consideration the base, the wall, suspended slab, abutment, apron, and beams. So all these needs to be measured for the estimator to take into the conditions what is needed to be done. Then placement of concrete. We are placing concrete, the same reinforced concrete, reinforced concrete for bases, footings, or ground slab is between 150 mm to 300 mm thick. That's falls into 2 by 722. You find that one in page 219. Find that one in page 219, BESMM4R. Then, if you are still using BESMM4, if you have not changed, you are still using BESMM4, you can find that in 365. Then, little reinforced concrete vertical walls. We are having 3 walls there. The depth of that wall is, the height is 2.10. The thickness of the concrete there is 0.3. Then we have dimension to be 212. So in 3 places, that represents the vertical concrete wall. that is carrying the slab itself. Now, and that is determined by the traffic imposed load, overhead load. That is for structural aspect. Then ditto suspended slab, the same application, the same dimension. Then we want to discuss about the abutment itself. The nature of abutment of any bridge is like a propagation when you look at the shape. So that is how we come about one by the height is 1 meter by 1.2, the width is 1 meter. So by way of trapezium, we check half of A plus B by H. That is half. Yeah.
Distinguished colleagues, we are now the arrival of the President Nigeria of Quantities Surveyors. Please permit me also to welcome to our midst the speaker for session 2, QS Dr. Dele Kadiri. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the break in transmission. We can continue.
So we are measuring abutment there, and I said it's trapezium. So we have dimension of the 2.20 by 1 by 0.3 is half by 4. So usual abutment of pies. Though that will follow the. Then don't forget to make mention of the cross-sectional areas. You know, and the cross-sectional areas will determine the coding you are going to use. When you determine the cross-sectional areas, when you go to BESMM4R, you see the cross-sectional areas there. So it will help you to design the coding. Then ditto that is equally B. The dimension there is 9 by 0.50 by 0.3 by 2. So you will measure of cross-sectional areas. The essence of that cross-sectional areas is for you to determine the coding. Because you see the categories in the BESMM4R. Ditto beams. We have 54 by 0.30 by 0.30. So that's the length of the beam. Don't forget the cross-sectional areas for you to determine the coding. Then we want to talk about the concrete ancillaries. After measuring concrete, the main concrete, you need the ancillaries. And the ancillary there is formwork. The rock filling plane formwork to reinforce concrete bases, footings, and ground slab. The thickness is 0.2 by 0.4. When you check our BESMM4R there, you see the categories. How the BESMM4R has specified that to guide us as to the kind of coding we are going to pick. Now, the waist calculation there is waist calculation 2 by 4, the length of the rope and the length of the beam. Then we have 2 other side. When you add it together, 46. So we are having 46. Then ditto suspended slab. That one is measured superficially. Then ditto vertical walls. That is sitting 1.225. The BESMM4R is talking about the categories of the height we have. So if when you look at the categories, you have your BESMM4R there, you see the categories. But this one is exceeding, the depth is exceeding 1.22. So that determines the code we are using. So ditto vertical pillars and abutments, we are providing formwork for all the abutments, apron, all the rest. You see the dimension there. Don't forget the shape of the apron abutment looks like a trapezium. That's how we got that dimension. Vertical side of the beam, width of thickness, we have 0.20 to 4, 0.4. That is the dimension is 54 by 2. When you look at your BESMM, which you need to do to computers, that's the essence of the reason why we revise BESMM4 to BESMM4R. So you take note of all those thickness for you to establish the coding. Because topic of the B thickness, you have it there. Concrete accessory, you prepare for setting of that concrete. Then both vertically and horizontally. So that is the dimension for that. Reinforcement to bridges. Reinforcement to bridges. You know, note, binding wire biscuits are cost-related charges. And what is method-related charges? This is the cost. Contractor inserted in a standard. As regard the method you want to use in carrying out its work. Under bridges here, you know, we don't take into consideration the reinforcement you don't take off the biscuit we use, but that biscuit will be classed under cost-related charges because it's not mentioned. So you take note of that. Then the high tensile steel bar to BESMM4R, 12 mm diameter, 2G, 524 gram slab. All these are for the purpose of how to pick your body. I mean, in the BESMM4R. And don't forget, the normal way is we take note of main bars and distribution bars. So that main bar we take 12 mm, distribution bar will take 10 mm. Then when you divide, move your normal base calculation, that is dimension you are going to get. Then we look at the high tensile steel bar to the apron. Then what we have, the length of that apron is 9.0, and the other one is 8 mm diameter styrus. Then when you look at the waist calculation, the big diagram there, you can see how we come about those dimensions. Then high tensile steel bar to BS, that's for beams. That's the line side. The normal beams is 54 the length. Then we have 3 of them, 2. Then the styrus is 8 mm diameter. Then the length of that styrus is 0.8 multiplied by 271 for all the reinforcement of the layer there. And that ends the measurement for bodies. We want to talk about the management, cost management of civil engineering infrastructure facilities. Well, we have to start like this. This is an area whereby, as a professional, we have to really work hard. And if any fee is being paid for us, that is ended for the fee given to us. Then, what is cost management? The cost management provides value for money within limits. What I mean by this is 3 colleagues. Why you don't cost manage designs to establish what we call budget limits? It will be difficult for us to cost manage during the course of construction stage. Most likely under management of infrastructure, civil engineering infrastructure like roads. All we need to do there is that at the initial stage, we have to take into consideration establish budgets as a benchmark. Then we have to take into consideration as well maintenance schedule and sustainability. We have to take all this into cognizance. When we establish the cost limits, the maintenance schedule, that is the cost of using that road, you have to take into consideration. Like in the building, when you have building, you are talking about cost in use. But in civil engineering infrastructure facilities, you have to talk about maintenance schedule. You establish your cost limits, then sustainability of that road, the lifespan of that road. So by the time we get this thing, we get better cost management for our road. Then we get value for money. Then the next thing is massive capital investment deserve. Yes, the next line is effective cost management of capital projects is mandatory. It's mandatory. If you look at the budget, capital projects take about 65% of our budgeted expenditure of government. So, and the government is looking upon the Institute of Quantity Surveyors to basically prepare the budget properly, so that it will be a budget that will lead to insolvency or loss of profit for contractors. So we need to monitor our cost budget from the initial stage, that is for construction, initial stage to construction stage and completion to point of handover. So another issue is massive capital investment deserves rigorous management of progress. The single colleagues, the cost management of any capital projects. When we want to do any capital project at all, especially roads, we observe that this used to incur risk and problem of organization. Apart from that, the massive capital investment deserves rigorous management of progress, finance, and quality. Then this will take me back to what I refer to as method-related charges. Method-related charges, which I said, this is the costs incited by the contractor, as regards the method he wants to use to carry out his work. And this method will determine the kind of equipment you have to procure. And when you are procuring equipment, there are other parameters you have to take into consideration. One, you have to take about depreciation value. And depreciation value of any equipment is depreciation accumulated cost with passage of time, rather than that of the so-called rate of work. So you have to take that into cognizance. Why the plant is not working and when it is not working, it will pass through that depreciation value. So you have to take that into cognizance. Then another thing is you take the interest. You go to bank to borrow to acquire plant. You think about the interest. Then you talk about the tax, pay on that equipment, then insurance. So all these things are very, very, very important. And it seems when we are talking about the cost management of infrastructural facilities, most of the times we might overlook this, and it will lead to what we call insolvency, loss of profit of any work we're doing. Now, we want to talk about the cost management tool involves flowchart and sequence of activities with decision point to be taken. Before you can take any decision, you need to talk about what is to be done. Who is responsible to do what is said to be done? And how do you achieve that you want to achieve? Then the fourth one is that what determines the success of what to be done. So all these things you have to put into consideration so that you know the kind of personnel you are putting in that place. I will relate this one to operation cost on site, and that will be good for that time related charges. Now, operation costs is another angle that we professionals we don't take cognizance. We don't take cognizance of that. For example, under operation costs, we are talking about maintenance, repairs, and the storage of equipment, then what we call the protection, when off duty. All these things need to be taken into consideration. Then coming down to maintenance and repairs, you might think somebody can come okay, we need to overhaul the parts of this equipment. And that point, that thing, the thing is a form of conduit pipe to siphon the cost of that project. And you will know what we are looking at is the project is moving, but the cost is going through that operational cost, through the repairs, the cost of grease, the cost of lubricants, transmission oil to service those equipment. And don't forget, engines of any equipment determines the oil you are going to use. Look at now, we're having a lot of problems in Nigeria. You know, aviation fuel has gone up, diesel has gone up. So this is an area we have to concentrate as far as cost control of capital projects, roads, very concerned. So now we want to talk about the issue of if there had ever been an empirical study undertaken to investigate whether the cost management of road infrastructure are very effective. You know, in comparison in the way we have used cost management to achieve procurement of buildings. This is an area whereby you have to go the why on field. You have to check. You have to cross-check whether we are really moving ahead in that area. We have set up BESMM that everybody recognizes rather than BESMM. Then we have to justify the measurement of that using the BESMM to the cost management in comparison with that of building, so that anywhere we are talking, they know that this they really know what they are doing. Now, another one is that a certain cost of the procurement for civil engineering requires effective mapping or framework as a benchmark during the cost control. You know, this time it will take us to what we call the framework that governments can use. I mean, the government organization can use. I mean, those people working with PPM, fiscal multi-unit in government circles, they should know the framework to be used in carrying out their work. Likewise, the consultant too, that is handling civil engineering projects, we have that framework. And this framework, because of our time, I've just told you, most of us are conversant with it. The framework is developed for the people in government organization, then contracting organization, then that of consultancy organization, I mean the consulting firm. This framework are useful as to how we are going to manage our cost management of civil engineering infrastructure facilities. Because of my time, we have to round up here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Royal Father. Once again, a round of applause for our Royal Father. Sorry, I don't know. Is it not a taboo to take a round of applause for Royal Father? Or we proceed forward? Okay, the president is here on seat. He has asked us to lead him his presentation. Thank you very much. I think can take kind of justice to this particular topic that we have. Thank you very much. And I want you to, usher him to a seat with another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, during this presentation, the president of the Nigerian of Quantities Surveyors, president of NIQS, Olayemi Michael Tumbi working. It was announced. So this chapter, we are lucky to have him on seat, and we are also lucky to have the real father on seat here. Meaning that All of us here, we must do justice for coming to this workshop. By making sure that all that is presented is well articulated. Yeah, before question and answer, let me quickly take you through what our father discussed during his presentation. I will repeat just a highlight of what he has presented. He started with excavation, an excavation on the driveway, bed mouth, and you know how, still remember how you play with measuration, how to compute your quantities from different shapes. Thank you very much again, brother. Then excavation auxiliaries, box drainage, what we call box drainage, road paving, and other paving. We talk about some base costs, wearing costs, and small business, how we can compute our quantity. Then concrete and concrete auxiliaries, then channels, pedestrian walkway, box covers, then bridges. So all this, if you look at everything, we only have, it has not deviated from the basic principle of measurement. Meaning that what we need to do is that we go through his notes. He has simplified measurement of roads, bridges, and culvert for us. Please, we need to go through that note, relate it to the drawing, and you know that you'll be able to measure road work anywhere when you are involved. Forget about maybe you are not involved as consultant, you are not involved at any stage. When you be required, I know the majority of quantities of the president is here. They are working on modalities on how quantities of will be well involved on engineering project. But when when we now get the result, then we have the capacity. That is one of the reasons why this workshop is very, very important. Don't joke with this workshop. I know President has some other challenges, but has considered this one to be one of the important areas that he is working on at times. Until the result comes, you will not know what he is doing about it. And lastly, we talk about the cost management. Cost management, how we initiate projects, we determine cost limits, and we talk about approaches to cost management of these projects. But unfortunately, since we are not involved on many road projects, this is discouraging us, and we rarely have a framework for implementation of cost management framework on road projects. But this is not our destination. Our destination is to build capacity. When you build capacity and our economy, particularly those that are in Lagos, but we still join Lagos because of the infrastructure that is linking more than Lagos now. The private clients will come and make the good development, and you will be surprised that they will not contact anybody but somebody that can actually come to their project. When you don't have that capacity, how then will you be able to contribute? Please, the Untitled Chapter, the chairman has done a great work for you. Please embrace this. After this workshop, go over all the materials over and over again, because we might not have the opportunity to do this kind of work again. Thank you very much, our real father. And at this point, we welcome questions, unless my chairman directs otherwise. Online questions, we have an Okay. So this is the question and answer section of the workshop. One, let me just answer those that have questions first. Your name? I need someone to assist me here by passing the mic to Let me address those people that have questions first. Number one, question. Any other? Number two, your name? Here's Babatunde, number two. Any other question from any other participant? Okay, let's take these two first. Hi, your name.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for the session. I want to ask, as regards the measurement of reclaimed asphalt pavements, how we measure for it, and I also want you to discuss briefly about the cost management of reclaimed asphalt pavements in the sense of referring to code replacement recycling, HMA, code replacement, hot road, asphalt recycling.
The question is not very clear, it's straightforward.
I want you to discuss briefly on the measurement of recycled asphalt pavements, rather. Recycled asphalt pavements, right? And which is code in place recycling of hot road recycling. Sir. How we measure for it and how the BESMM4R makes reference to it. Sir.
Let's please give to the second person so you have the question first.
Yes, sir. I would like to ask on the concrete why looking for concrete under projects, post projects, is the position for the concrete and placement of concrete. So I observe the booking is almost the same thing for the provision and the placement. I just want to ask, what are the things to consider? Why building rates mutual for the placing and provision of concrete? Thank you, sir.
You have the question, sir? Sorry, we'll go to the real father for his response.
Thank you. The first question, the response to the first question. When you look at the notes given to you, the asphalt, when you look at that drawing, the asphalt itself is about 38 mm. So the thickness of that, even if provide is 2.4. So we are picking that as the thickness of asphalt. They will measure it superficially according to the BESMM. But the essence of the environment of questions, how do we, because I couldn't get that question, the microphone is somewhere, I couldn't get it, I got the other man's question. Maybe you can repeat yourself, pick it. So recycling.
The meaning of the existing, like a dilapidated surface,
Yeah.
like the meaning over the removal of that over and recycling it to use again. So I was asking, how do we measure that?
Okay.
And the provision, what provision is for?
The question you just asked now is like most of the things you use is going on in the project. When you remove the existing asphalt, the fact somewhere is being used as macadam, like a stone basin. Yeah. So that's when we are discussing it's used as stone basin instead of asphalt. Not to you understand. You measure it, the weight that's the measurement has been done previously. You understand? So that is the something. The thing you removed and so be used as stone basin as part of the business. Then somebody asked the question about the provision. The answer when I was talking about the operational cost, the equipment you are acquiring, I said metal-related charges. Any part of that metal-related charges is the cost inserted by contractor. You know, for as regards the method we use to carry out the work, and the method will determine the kind of equipment you are bringing in to that site. So the provision and placement of concrete, you understand? You can use concrete mixer, you understand, for your work. It depends on you. You understand? The placement as well, because you are talking about the provision and placement, that they are all same. What the BESMM is saying is that you have to take into cognizance the cost of mixing, then placing it. You cannot be on site in a situation where you are not using all these labor, whatever, maybe they're using a plant also. You know, the kind of that plant will cost money. And when you bring it to site too, it's another thing. I don't know what I'm trying to say. So if you remember when I was talking about the cost management, you know, I said one, operation cost, what to be done, and the standard to be achieved. Who is responsible as to what's to be done? Then the success you want to determine, I mean the success you want to achieve as to that what is being done. These are things that will determine the kind of operation. You know? And when you have operation, you have to talk about the operational costs. So it is the equipment you are using, you know, that will determine. Get it this thing right. If I use one equipment, the engine determines what sort of oil. You are bringing plants from somewhere, you know, you are placing somewhere, you are going to site to place it. You know, it will attract under cost. Forget about, you know, or in context, maybe when you are on site, you have your country user there, it just means it's replacement. It's quite different when you are bringing it from other area. In this context, we are talking about massive projects. It's not the one you do with normal concrete meter. We are talking about the cost aspect, and for the estimated, you know what's to be done to be taken to progress and when you are doing your estimating. I think I made myself clear.
Thank you very much, sir.
So, sorry, he said he had, then go to his question. Have you? Yeah, please. Okay.
So, in summary, sir, the provision of the concrete will be taken care of the method charges. While placing will be taking care of the unit rate, we take care of the placing. In summary, the provision of that concrete will be taking care of that method charges. Okay.
This is because you started in an item, you know, for a work to be carried out by special method by the contractor. So in other words, the provision of the concrete, whatever, you are right, is under cost related. But you have to do the measurement for the other man to know that this is the quantum volume of work that needs to be taken. So that when he's inserting the cost, we don't know the quantity of work to be done. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Thank you very much. Any other question? Thank you very much, sir. I think there is no more question on this. But what I want you to know is, I want to remind our participants, you know, we know about cost management, but particularly in Nigeria today, you know, there is no standard approach to managing cost of civil engineering projects because QS are not involved in large scale. QS are involved at, you know, with contracting organizations. There is no contracting firm that doesn't have very sound QS. And they are the one that flips contractor. They are the one that tells contractor what the client will pay. We don't have any framework to establish, you know, cost limits that royal fathers, you know, that we have at the beginning of the project. The engineer, they just prepare what we call a kind of lump sum contract. There is no breakdown into what we have this morning. And that is what is causing problem. You see so many omissions that the contractor you are supposed to know. So, but they have all of them, they have very good QS. The QS that are no longer practiced as consultants, they pay them their pay and then they have them in their own organization. And that is why when we develop capacity, we'll be able to guide. But they don't want our guidance to come to limelight because they don't want anybody to help their project where they are having their fault. They see QS as those people that do not overlook any item of work that is captured originally in the project. That is one of the problems we have, and corruption is helping everybody. Thank you very much. At this point, I will invite the PRO to come and, or the coordinator to go and take over to bring us to the end of this section to do other.
Thank you very much. A powerful, immediate past secretary, Professional Development and Library, Nigeria Institute of Quantities Survey. Please, a round of applause for him. He was called upon for this appointment and a very cooperative and very excellent job in that step. We are grateful, sir. Thank you very much. A recognition is a continuous one. Please permit me to recognize the work in the course of the question and answer. The past chairman of Nigeria Institute of Quantities Surveyors for your state chapter, a past national treasurer of our institute at the national level, QS Dr. Babatunde Adesina. The cabinet signified that you will be living in Niger part. We are so fortunate to have him present here. He's supposed to be attending the Security Council meeting with His Excellency, the State Governor today, but the meeting, just to be for us to be in an advantage position, was scheduled for tomorrow. But he has to return back to his domain now so that he can be part of that meeting. But before he leaves, may I invite our #1 quantity surveyor at this moment, the President of Nigeria Institute of Quantity Surveyors, QS Olayemi FNIQS, to please present this plaque.
So, before I give this presentation, let me just quickly the point on it. Let me also point something out. I think the Oyo State chapter to the Oyo State chapter have been very blessed. And I want to take adequate notice of some certain things. Now, the last time I was here, there was another grandfather who was part of the event. And that is the and there is hardly any event that this chapter or even at the national level. And coming in and seeing His Royal Highness, making that presentation, say, wow, this chapter is extremely lucky. To have a royal father of the Royal Highness to come here and put you through what he has learned while he worked is quite one of the rarest things that you will find. Most people in this category will rather just sit down in the palace and let their subjects print Jacole. Not that you will come all the way from Ekiti State here to come and spend time with you. He has come here to share part of the knowledge that we have gained over the years. He has come here to let you realize that yes, it's a QS, though a royal father now, but he's still a practicing QS. And I think it is that father. With due respect, on behalf of the Oyo State chapter of the Nigeria Institute of Quantities Surveyors, I would like to present this award to you in appreciation of your contribution, your insightful presentation of how we can measure and bring cost management of infrastructure, particularly for civil engineering at this 2-day workshop. To the glory of God, I will thank you for your presence and for the work that you present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With the permission of my chairman, the president here present, I want to declare this session closed for us to move to the opening session formally. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are now back at the opening ceremony as outlined on the further program. So please let me quickly organize the activity part. May I invite the President of the Nigerian Institute of Quantities, QS Olayemi Shonobi, FNIQS. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Also, Chief Host, the State Chairman, Nigerian Institute of Quantities, State Chapter, QS Articles to FNIQS. Please welcome with me immediate past Secretary, Professional Development and Lobby, Nigerian Institute of Quantities, QS Ghanaian Amida Yusuf. I would like to also recognize and invite the additional side of the keynote address speaker, QS Dr. Taiwo Adekunbo, NIQS. The case is already seated. For those who come in late and have not gotten his name correctly, he is His Royal Majesty, the QS Dr. S.O. Olatubi, fellow guest of Montreal, the only local of the local community. May I invite to lead us in the opening prayer? Please welcome with me the past National Treasurer, US Dr. Babatubi Adesia.
Please, can we just stand in front of you? Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this time of the day. We want to thank you because the Bible says, continues at the gathering of the people. So thank you for bringing us together from every angle of the state and even outside the state. We give you all the glory for joining mercies, and we thank you because by yourself you will teach us. And at the end of this 2-day program, we will have every cause to glorify your name. We pray, O Lord God, that this knowledge that we have today will impact the society, even positive,
In the name of Jesus. Father, we thank you. We give you all the glory. In Jesus' name we are praying. Please let's put the hands together for Jesus.
Thank you, Monsignor. Name blessed. National anthem. Are we ready? What's the standing? Shut off the stand. Please forgive me from the boss. We can have a seat, please. Thank you very much. Moving on, permit me to recognize representing the Honorable Commissioner for Work and Public Infrastructure of the State, Professor Dahoud Nangoloyi, is still represented here at this event by our own QS, Samuel Nali. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, I would like to invite the chairman and director of Quantities of yours, QS Architect TV, NIQS, for his welcome address.
Well, good morning, all. Well, we have to shift this opening session to this time because we are expecting the Honorable Commissioner to be in our midst. Unfortunately, he has further schedule that make the day so tight and we cannot come again. And that's why we have a heavily restricted by the State. The President, the United of Quantities of your QS Olayemi Solobi, Honorable Commissioner in absentia for Works and Public Infrastructure, Professor Dahoud Nangoloyi, represented by PSFS Olaneyam, His Royal Majesty, Dr. S. Olatunji, past chairman, especially Dr. Tunde Adesina, Nigerian Support of your State Chapter, Chairman of the State Chapter, corresponding fellows, and our distinguished resource persons, fellow professional colleagues, and our dear student members, nationally and this particular chapter. A careful survey of our social and economic landscape will confirm the strategic place which the construction sector holds for Nigeria's economic growth and development. Its capacity to generate employment on a massive scale and the multiplier effects on the general economy are not in doubt at all. However, projects in Nigeria have been noted to cause harm in excess of similar ones in other parts of the world. It is often said that there is total absence of value for money in Nigeria's development matrix as quantity surveyors. We as professionals struggle with this main responsibility of achieving the optimal cost value of development projects must ensure that the right trainings and in-depth understanding are obtained to render right service on the projects. And I have to mention this. I'm privileged to be in the former Senate, the former council meeting. Apart from this present one, that the national have been making sure that we have a capacity building. We are building up ourselves for challenges ahead. And even this present regime, present as there's no meeting that we not actually say we have to build up ourselves. And as a result of that, that one actually made us to look forward and make sure that we put up something that will benefit our people and build up capacity. And that's why we are here today. It is against this background that I want to welcome you to the 2-day workshop in the team measurement and cost management of engineering infrastructure project with BESMM4R device. Efficient allocation of resources and accountability in the conceptualization, planning, control, and execution of the infrastructure project can be attained when professionals saddle with the responsibility and well equipped with the requirements of to achieve success on the assigned task. Our resource persons, which I know as and speakers, like the one we have just had, have been carefully selected to take us through the essentials of measurement of engineering infrastructure projects, such as roads, culverts, and bridges, structural steel engineering works, electrical infrastructure, and construction projects, railway tracks, and earthworks, and also introducing us to QS software for civil and heavy engineering with BESMM4R. I'm very optimistic that at the end of the workshop, we will have gained requisite knowledge in measurement and cost management of engineering infrastructure projects with the BESMM4R. Once again, I welcome you all to this workshop and do have a refreshing time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the state chairman, QS Africanist. Moving on, I would like to invite the president, Nigeria Institute of Quantity Surveyors, QS Olayemi Shonobi, NIQS, for his speech. The round of applause.
The chairman of the Untitled Chapter, he was actively student. His Royal Highness he was Dr. Esu Olapili, past chairman of the chapter here present. He was Dr. Olapili Additional, he was my brother, Kayode Diwali. I pastor this because I will always see when we are in the QS event, and QS event, there are not advanced. We don't want you to advance it. So we are just thinking QS. The chairman of the full state chapter, thank you for coming, for lending support to the state chapter. The guest, the honorable guest of honor, Professor Dawood Kambo, the honorable commissioner for water infrastructure, who is represented here by our QS SF Olamide, who is actually also is a past chairman of this chapter. Members of the Senate of your state's chapter of the NIQS were present. I saw the deputy chairperson some time ago. I think it's the house. Distinguished colleagues, the members of the press are present, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor for me to stand before you here and to be a delight for me to be here. When the chairman called me and said he wanted me to be here, I said, yes, let me be. And like you mentioned, anything that has to do with capacity building, I'm always for it. One thing that we all need to do as professionals is that all that we do, we must continue to develop ourselves. We should not stop, particularly for those of us that are already qualified and registered. The thinking is to believe that once you are qualified and that's all, might be need to go for a CPC program, not necessarily because you want to be a fellow, but you need to appraise yourself of development in your profession. We call ourselves both legal and financial consultants or construction projects. But we all know that, for instance, lawyers will continue to cover fresh cases that come, and they needed to update their knowledge of cases. So that anytime they go to court, they can argue in the best interest of their clients. So also there are newer areas, newer contracts that can come, newer ways of doing things. That probably when we were in school, we were never privileged to have known it. So we need to continue to top up our knowledge. We need to continue to top up our knowledge so that we are not found wanting. Like I always tell people, I remember when I was in university and we had to do computer. Now we go to the computer center, which is a very large, even larger than this hall. And that's where you first write your program, and then you touch into this card. And then you take it to that large mainframe computer. But who does that nowadays? Now, if I to rely on the knowledge I had from my CSC 201, way back in the state, it's worthless, it's useless. So, it's only when we continue to open our knowledge that we become relevant. There was also something that the rapporteur, the pastor, I should have recognized more than I did. That's Dr. Yusuf. He was one time, 2 times Secretary for Professional Development at National, and the immediate past chairman of the Kwara State chapter of the Ministry of Health. That was something he said in the course of making a recap of what His Royal Highness said. And I was like, look, here we are as what surveyors. We are entangled with engineers as to who to undertake cost management of civil engineering projects, civil and other engineering projects. Now they're running that question, which the engineer always clear about. What do we know about engineering? Now, if peradventure we succeed in getting government to recognize and legislate and give a policy directive that henceforth, what surveyors should manage all construction projects, cost management of all, are we really contributed? How many people in this hall can do POQ for the road or highway projects, including bridges? How many people here? Can I see answer? Very few. And that is why now you understand the need for this program. And that's why I must commend the chairman of the chapter, as well as the other members of the Senate and the rest of the chapter, for talking about coming up with this thing, with this topic, which is apps. And at the right time, because we must build capacity. I'm sure that word has been used here so many times. It's a better capacity building. So I do not want to take much of the time so that what you are here for, you can have the full benefits Let me thank most sincerely all the resource persons who have accepted to be here. I want to thank once again His Royal Highness Dr. S.O. to do for being here. I want to thank Dr. QS Dr. Mrs. Adebayo for also agreeing to be here. Also, my brother, QS Dr. Kadiri, and of course, the man with so many titles, this, that, Dr. Amda Yusuf, ex-SPPL, ex-chairman of the Untitled Chapter. Yes. Maybe tomorrow when Dr. Commissioner comes, that one is some of the soil. I expect that I will be here right now, but I'm sure when we will come later in the day. So I don't think I should comment or thank him. He's the son of the soil, so it's only paying back. So I thank all of you who have spent your life and money to attend this workshop, and I wish you a very nice time. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Before the next item, Ryan was making his remarks. He mentioned, and it's not like that. I didn't get the information in quick time. Please welcome with me, past chairman, NIQS State, QS Ray of NIQS. I'd like to recognize also very good friend, member of other professional bodies within the construction industry, the chairman against the building, the state chapter. With that, Dr. Thank you very much. Yeah, moving on, I'd like to, at this point in time, welcome to this other side of the room, the representative of the Honorable Commissioner of Public Works and Infrastructure, QS Sam Olaniyan, for his opening remarks.
I'm not aware if you have laid a new protocol since you started. Let me establish some protocol so that will be the basis for further reference. I'll start with the president of the Police of the US. Our own is Honorable from the US. Our immediate past national officer at US, Dr. Amda Ganiyu. Is it Ganiyu or nice? And our own Dr. Adesina, immediate past national treasurer of the institute, the state chapter chairman, US, Stephen actually of NIQS, other select members of the states, all fellows of the institute, and the members of the institute, I guess lecturers today, and WC, we are nice staff, and the fellow people at WC. Let me applaud the WC. All participants, and finally permit me to recognize two personalities who are here present. One was there when I was growing up, and the other, after I grew up, he added a pep to who I am today. Please let me to recognize and welcome and honor QS Cliff Enugu. A father to me as a profession. When I was a toddler in the profession, he picked me up, and I thank God for what you did
And God bless you, sir. Also, I have Dr. Ile Kaduri, my financial lecturer, accompanying me. I appreciate you, sir. The same ladies and gentlemen. I don't have to stand in for the commissioner for multinational states, who is unavoidably absent. Up till yesterday, I was still very sure that was going to be there. But something popped up that made it not to be able to come. We are aware that your state government is building and trying to commission some bus terminals in the state. So the meeting is going on now, and it has to be there. That's why I'm not able to attend this program. So I'm standing for him. The theme of this workshop is measurement and cost management of regional infrastructure projects with BESMM4R for the past. Now talk about infrastructure. Of course, I'm sorry, I omitted my brother, the chairman NIOB, Dr. Wahab. I'm sorry, sir. Now, when about infrastructure, we are, of course, we know what we are talking about. We are all experts in this field, roads, bridges, and all the segments, and stuff. And of course, the mandate of it, of course, involves a lot of things: procurement, documentation, to product administration, and all those that have to do with how to manage this infrastructure. Of course, as experts in this field, for us to do it effectively, we have well-trained and branded analysts. And this is where we have to commend the state chapter as arranging this forum for us to be trained and be trained on how to be effective in this particular venture. And of course, we also align with the national president, says so where we're taking the stage, that it is one of the focal points of the administration of the national sector and the national to ensure that we are properly trained for us to deliver effectively to our responsibilities. Of all of the things the engineer says, if you want to participate in preparing bills for the projects, what do you do about it? But we know now that in the last couple of years, 10, 15 years, we did the process on how we can get involved. We are being trained to effectively participate in preparing bills and, of course, managing every learning project. And this is one of the efforts in that respect. So I want to urge participants to please to concentrate. It's not just for you to answer it, but for you to be well grounded, to know it, how to handle it in case you have such a project that you are commissioned for. And of course, to add great value to the state government and to Nigeria as if you have points of views when involved. We all know that the leaders are not well trained with due respect to handle complication and cost management. But points of views are. So for us to be involved, we have to know what we need to do and how for us how we should do it and do it effectively. So please let us be active, let us be attentive, and let us concentrate so that we don't lose the value that we ought to derive from this kind of program. Without taking any further time, let me thank the state for the privilege and for all the wishes for the very best at this program. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the state government, we declare this workshop open. We wish you the very best in the program. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, material representative of the Honorable Commissioner for Works and Public Infrastructure. Moving on, we now have a keynote address and how to invite our speaker to talk on overview of cost management of engineering infrastructure projects. Please welcome with me, QS Dr. Untitled Chapter, NIQS.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Permit me, sir. I hope I'm permitted. Okay, thank you very much. I'm here to talk on the overview of cost management of engineering infrastructure projects. Why do we need cost management? Why cost management? All consulting or contracting organizations require cost management for one main purpose, which is so as not to exceed the costs budgeted for a particular project. We know all consulting or contracting organizations have the interest of clients at heart, and they want to give the clients value for money, as well as ensure that the budget is not exceeded while the construction is ongoing. What do we understand by infrastructure projects? These are projects that focus on the development of services, facilities, systems, and these facilities are used to improve the environment as well as the economy of any nation. They are usually capital intensive and are funded either privately by government or could be both partnership, that is public as well as private partnership. Infrastructure projects, like I said earlier, are very capital intensive projects. They require huge capital. They also involve high risk as well as a lot of management because of the cost incurred on the project, because of the nature of the project. The scope is usually large, so it requires a lot of management. And such infrastructure projects includes, among others, transportation systems, communication systems, sewage systems, power generation systems, water systems, and so on. You'll be thinking, what are these infrastructure projects? Yes, when we talk of transportation systems, we have at least had taken up on that this morning. We have been able to see how the road, the culverts, they are all infrastructure projects. And that is why we are here today, to learn to build our capacity in that regard. Infrastructure projects account for about 65% of our budget and expenditure. And for this reason, we need to manage cost effectively. 65% is a very high value. And it is essential for us to, because research has shown over time, over the years, that infrastructure projects are overrun as much as 45% in cost and time. So it is essential that as much as possible, we try to minimize this overrun as much as possible. We cannot do it entirely, but as much as possible, because there are a lot of factors that affect construction. We know that, we are aware. As we speak, the second Niger bridge, the excuse that was given was that COVID and the like, was part of the reason why it has not been completed. But I can tell you this project was supposed to take 3.5 years. It commenced in 2013. For one reason or the other, bureaucracy and the like, a project that was budgeted at less than 100 billion. Now, as of March, the Minister for Works has stated that yes, over 400 billion has been expended on it and is yet to be completed. Over 400 billion. That is about 300% increase already, and it's not yet complete. As I read, it's 93% completed. So we are getting there. But a lot of money has been expended, and cost management has been properly done, or if there has not been these excuses of COVID and the like, or facing government and the like, probably it would have been completed. But definitely must have been some form of overrun, either in time or in cost. So what do we understand by cost management? Cost management is a strategy. And basically what it is meant for is for measuring costs and productivity throughout the whole life cycle of the project. It entails planning of work, estimating, preparing funds, managing the funds as well as the risk, controlling the expenditure, and finally completing the work within the budgeted time. That is the focus, within the budgeted time and costs, the budgeted costs. So how can we describe cost management in a simple term? A lot of researches have gone on, a lot of definitions, and I'll be taking it root from Hages's framework. The framework I'm going to also place something similar to that. But taking root from that, cost management can be described as the planning, the estimating, budgeting, as well as controlling of all costs related to construction from the inception to completion. That is from brief, as much as from the briefing stage through the design, the tender action, completion, commissioning, and over. That is it, the whole life cycle of the project. So looking at that, cost management being a process, what are these processes? We have described 4 main processes in that definition. 4 main processes, and these are cost planning, cost estimating, cost budgeting, and cost control. What do we understand by cost planning? This is the initial stage of cost management. What are we planning? We need a lot of information while planning. And this is really why the scope of the project needs to be considered. We need to understand, these are information that will be required to plan, that will aid planning. Because once there has not been effective planning, there cannot be effective cost management. It's a prerequisite to the other. So once you don't have all these things clearly stated, the problem we have with infrastructure projects is the fact that we many times do not have the extent of work. That scope that is very important, that needs to be used in planning, estimating, budgeting, are usually not available. But as much as possible, in an ideal system where we have them all, we know the extent of the work and the like. We need the project scope, we need schedule management plan. Also, we're looking at the risk management plan, the environmental factors such as the market condition, as well as the exchange rate, inflation rate, all these things to be put into consideration. Also, the organizational process assets. These are information that are needed. The organizational process assets include past previous works carried out, previous information that the organization put, maybe on construction, road construction, private construction, whatever information they have in their archives. This is a form of knowledge management. You need to dig up all of these things and use in the planning of this next project. Do you understand? You understand that when you're all lessons learned, all mistakes made, all these things need to be dug out so that you can plan this new project appropriately and better. So some of the techniques that will be required at that point is expert judgment. In whatever case, you know that experience speaks a lot. Who are those that have worked on certain similar areas? What ideas do they have? What are the past initiative, past information? This needs to be used in this case. Also, data analysis is required. Meetings will be set up because at this stage is more of the briefing at the brief stage, and you'll be meeting with other professionals to carry out the necessary actions. And at the end of this process, what will be achieved will be the cost management plan. It is this cost management plan that will be taken into cost estimation. The plan that has been clearly stated out is what we are going to use to estimate the cost. You break down every area of the scope, break down the resource rate, the risk schedule, using all historical information available in order to achieve the approximate estimate. Some of the techniques that will be used at the stage of cost estimating include expert judgment. Yes, it's repeating itself again because you require their skills and experience in order to plan, estimate the new project. Also, analogous estimate is also a function of past historical data that is available. Parametric estimate is also there. In the case of parametric estimate, you prorate. That is, you're using the past project as well as the present, the ones that differ in the past and the present. You prorate them to get the estimate, approximate estimate. Other estimating methods are shown there. And the output at this point will be your basis of estimates and the project cost estimate. In the case of cost budgeting, which is the third process, we make use of the project cost estimate, which has been developed at the estimating stage. All of this is done at the design stage. And this is the stage where your measurements and bills of quantity will emerge. So at this point, you'll be making use of your project cost estimate and the project schedule. And the tools that are required include your expert judgment, your cost aggregation. The cost aggregates are all what has been estimated. While estimating, you are broken them down into smaller parts of the work. So you're going to put them all together in order to get your project. So also data will be analyzed, historical information will be used as well as financing methods. And the output at this point will be a cost baseline, a funding requirement, as well as a project document update. That is, the planning document initially prepared will be updated to fit into the budget. And the final thing being cost control. Here we'll be using the cost baseline, which has been produced, which is the budget. The cost baseline is the cost limit, and that is the budget we do not want to exceed. So here, the cost baseline, in the case of cost control, what we are trying to do is to ensure that we do not exceed the cost. So as much as possible, we need to measure from time to time. We check the performance measurement. And the common method used now is the end value analysis to check where are we, what extent are we spent, are we on track? From time to time, that needs to be done to ensure that the budget is not exceeded. So here also we're using the expert judgment, the project management information system, and data analysis. And at the end of the day, when you have been able to control your project effectively, when you have been able to ensure you are not exceeding budget, what you're going to be getting is your cost updates, of course, better value, as well as better performance, and the lessons learned will be kept. Because these lessons learned, this cost information will be used for future projects as well. It will make future projects easier to assess and work on. So we have new ideas, we have new approaches, we have new techniques to carry out many of these cost management processes. And these are the innovations in cost management. Some of these include, among others, of course, softwares. Thank God we need to be having lectures on how to use software to carry out measurement. It is very essential. We are in the fourth industrial revolution. In fact, we are moving into the fifth already. Yes, so we have to move with the trend of things. Technology has gone so that we will not be doing too much any longer, as most of it will become automated. So softwares are very important, and there are a lot of softwares that have been developed. They can help us in measuring, they can help us in estimating, in budgeting, as well as controlling costs. Some of them include, among others, machine learning and artificial intelligence. Yes, this allows thousands of cost data points to be extracted and analyzed within few days or minutes, depending on the amount of data available. If we have enough data, in an ideal system, if we have enough data, we will not be having to go too much. We will not be having to go through too much problems or errors while taking care of measurements and the like, because while trying to estimate rather, because these data will help aid our estimation very quickly and smartly without wasting our time. They help, these machine learning and artificial intelligence, they help in analyzing such data. Also, we have blockchain technology. Blockchain technology. In this case, we have all of the team members in the same team, in the same circle. Like we can all interact on an interface and discuss, make decisions, because decision making is essential at every point of cost management. So we can all take decisions, we can all communicate with each other. When there are changes, everyone is saying it, everyone on that chain. You understand? Even in payments, it can be coded such that once the work is completed up until a particular milestone, payment is made. Nobody has to do it. It's an automated system. So it makes work easier, faster, and more reliable. We all are aware of BESMM. Autodesk BESMM is also a software that is used and is used widely now because it comes in 3D. And so you can put your drawing in, you can visualize them, you can do a lot of things faster and easier with this software. We also have, among other digital twins, we have unmanned aerial vehicles. These such as a drone, they help us. We don't have to be present there on site to see everything happening. We can have real-time site mapping of the work going on right there. So you can monitor your project, you can control it where that means as well. Aside from that, we also have augmented reality, virtual reality, 3D modeling, and Internet of Things. Internet of Things also allow us to track our projects real time, and it allows remote site management, which is similar to what the unmanned drones will do for us as well. We can see what is happening on site even without being there. Can be on another site or even in another country entirely and know what is happening and be able to monitor your project and be able to see that you are not exceeding the budget. So I would like to ask, do you think technology and software is still a threat to QS practice? Do you think so? Because in whichever way, we still need to be present. We still need to do our work. We still, despite the fact that we can use BESMM and the like, we still need to measure. We still need to know the length, the breadth, the width. So we are still useful. Aside from that, there is no machine that is not still manned by man. Man still mans the machine. So it's what you garbage in, it's what you give to the computer, it's what you put into or whatever code that the man has entered, that it will give back to us. So we are still very much useful. And in conclusion, let me conclude briefly by saying that in any organization or in any management phase, the people, the process, and the technology is essential. They are the critical factors to growth, to progress, to development. And we want to develop as an individual, as organizations, we want to do better at what we are doing. We want to manage cost of infrastructure projects better. As much as possible, the people include, among others, includes quantity surveyors, engineers who are involved in the project. We interact with the process because the processes are more of lined up activities, that is, who to do, what to do. You know, there are activities that will not allow us to do repetitive work. So they are already on ground. But at the same time, when we interact with processes, it makes our work faster. But when process interacts with technology, what it does is we automate. Yes, when process, because the process, when people and process interact, the people are the ones doing it entirely at this point. But when process now interacts with technology, that means it has been embedded into technology. It becomes automation. It's been automated. It doesn't need anyone particularly to go and say, make payments or to measure this and measure that. It becomes an automated process and it makes our work easier. It makes our work better and faster. And for our people and technology to interact, we innovate. And it is essential that we innovate. When we read, we research, we think, we innovate. A lot of softwares are still upcoming. Dr. Oguchina is coming to present one. It's an innovation. It's probably made by a group of team. It's one of the team. You understand? We need to innovate because we are moving. The world is moving. Technology is evolving. And we also need to move along with the trend of technology. So people, process, and technology is important to the growth of quantity surveyors, is important to the effectiveness of our work, is important to cost management. I would like to recommend briefly that as quantity surveyors, we need to upskill in all areas. IT has become a thing of every day, so we need to upskill in that regard. You need to know how to use your software. You need to know how to use your to work with all these new technologies so that we can do our work better. They will help us greatly. Like I said, over and over, when we have the data on ground, these things will help us sort them out easily. Also, in this thing, quantity surveillance should be involved from the onset. You know, when you have gained more skill, that is when you can be confident to do this work. Upskilling is also capacity building, attending seminars and all of this. This is the theme of the day. That's what the president and all have been saying. We need to learn every day. We need to develop ourselves. And that is when you can be involved. That is when they can involve us as QS in infrastructure projects. When we don't know what we want to do in that regard, what do we do then? Nothing. So when we upskill and we're doing better, then we get more involved and things will get better. Quantity surveyors should also be involved in governance. Yes, there's no crime in getting involved in governance because this will influence infrastructure spending. When we are there at the top, we can also push forward the fact that we want quantity surveyors to be solely in charge of cost management of infrastructure projects so that we can have more cost-effective revenue. We can have more value for our money that government is spending, and they come up with so many facts and figures, and we just wonder how. The way we are there, we are involved, we are in the system, then we know how. Also, we need policies to accommodate smart contracts, because that is where the world is going. That is where the world is going. So I would like to appreciate everyone for listening, and thank you. Thank you
very much, dear QS Dr. Taiwo Adebipo, for that keynote address of them. So moving on quickly, I would like to recognize one of our senior colleagues here at the Austin chapter, QS Jide Kolawole, FNIQS. And the electoral committee, our so moving on, the representative of the commissioner declared this workshop open earlier on. So I would like to call upon the deputy chairman and director of Quantities for your state chapter, QS Fisayo Ogujibi, for the vote of thanks. Permit me, let me just pick up an item. It's not on the schedule, but please let's keep it in here. I'd like to invite QS Dr. Babatunde Adesina to please appreciate our keynote speaker and present this plaque on behalf of the chapter to her. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Nigerian State chapter, I would like to make this presentation to you, QS Dr. Taiwo Adebimbo, NIQS, in appreciation of your contribution and support to the success of the Nigerian Surveyors Oyo State Chapter 2-day workshop. The theme, measurement and cost management of engineering infrastructure projects with BESMM4R revised. As one of our resource persons, please do accept our gift. Congratulations.
Thank you, Doctor. Now I invite our deputy chair, please take note of that.
Good afternoon, and all protocols being followed. We have started very well, and we always feel encouraged when we see our seniors among us encouraging us. And when we look back, we also have to thank God that although we started very small, but gradually we are moving on to that stage that we have set for ourselves. Everyone has come forward. We want to thank all the dignitaries. Our first presenter, the person of His Royal Highness, we appreciate you. Your lecture was to the point, and we believe that it will go a long way to impact upon the upcoming students and those who are really keen in going into the industry to practice the infrastructure sector. We also want to appreciate our national president. When we see you around, I understand what I mean. When we see you around, we are also encouraged further that you are always with us, and your presence gives us that encouragement that we can get there, and indeed we'll get there one day. We want to appreciate our fellows in the states, NIQS in the states. They have always been there for us, assisting us, guiding us right. And anytime we call upon them, they're always there for us. And it's also a form of encouragement to us. So we also say thank you to Dr. Amuda. We appreciate you. You have always been there for us to, let me use that word. There's no time that we call upon you that you turn us or you turn down our request. We appreciate you. And we pray that you always accede to us when we call upon you in the nearest future. We also want to thank our fellow that stood in for the Honorable Commissioner. Just as he said, yesterday till like 30 minutes before the program, it was meant to be here, but unfortunately it was not meant to be. Thank you for that presence that you could speak on his behalf, and we believe that it as Minister wants or the other to us. And special thanks go to our key speaker. We appreciate you. The time is so short, but with the little you placed on the board, we are blessed by it. And to everyone that has come around, we say a big thank you. We believe that through this, continue to develop ourselves until we get to that level that we ought to be. To everyone, we say thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Chair. Now we're going to have a short break for our coffee and tea, and it's going to be in this order: the President, Chairman, our fellows, Master Chairman, distinguished guests here will be led by QS Peter. Yeah, please come and lead them to where the tea and coffee will be served, and then what other participants, the hostess and hostesses will come around now to administer how that tea break will be taken for all other participants. The coffee break is going to be, the time is fast spent, 15 minutes. So, please let's make it snappy rather, so that the next session we can commence almost immediately afterward. Thank you very much for your patience. Yes, please allow the president, the fellows, and the dignitaries, let them go out first so that we have some orderliness. Thank you very much, my president and Kabisi. Also, there will be dignitaries, there will be good photograph outside. So there will be good photograph outside at the tea breaks area. Please, for all the participants, check your pass. The meal tickets are there when you are being asked for it. It will be necessary for you. Thank you. Hope to see you back in the next 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that's what it is. So that. So that. Okay, that's two specification.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. The next session will commence exactly 2 o'clock. Hello, Deputy Chair, please. The next requested that the participants should please move forward. It's going to be a very, very interactive session. So please try as much as possible from this second line up to the 4th. Please let's look forward to that. Can we do that now? We have a little time to comment. We start exactly 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can bring it down. Thank you. Good afternoon, once again, distinguished colleagues. I'm very sure we've been a little bit refreshed with the tea break. So swiftly, we'll move on to session 2. And with the express permission of the President of the Justice of Quantities and my state chairman, we can actually proceed now. So in session 2, we'll be talking about measurement and cost management for structural steel engineering work. And our resource person is ready. If you are ready, please welcome with me, QS Dr. David S. Kaduli, NIQS.
Thank you very much. Are we ready? Yes. Okay. If we are ready, I am ready. My paper is on measurement of structural steel works using the 4th edition of Building and Engineering Standard Method of Measurement, BESMM4R revised. My paper is divided into 2 sections. The first section, I will just read what I have here for you. There are no PowerPoints because this session is supposed to be interactive. I will be asking you questions. Then you write down your questions for me at the end of my paper. Interactive means we are in a classroom workshop. Workshop is not a conference. I'm not here to deliver research findings. Conference is for deliverance of research findings to a group of people find together by common agenda. It's not a conference, it's a workshop. You termed it, when you gave it to me, I saw workshop. So let us treat it as workshop. It is not a seminar. Seminar is a little bit more academic than workshop. Carpenter's workshop. What do you do here? Electrician workshop. What do you do there? You do things. You practicalize. My lectures are not theoretical. If you have your BESMM4R revised, raise it up. That is the first section of the workshop. You came for workshop on BESMM4R revised. You didn't come with it. This is my own workshop. Where are your tools to fabricate in the workshop? This is the NROM2, RICS, workshop. This is BESMM4R, workshop. Everything we are going to be doing on today is based on documents. The 3 documents you have not come for workshop. You have come for conference, seminar. God called us for several purposes. I don't want talking in my class. God called us for several purposes. I was called to be a teacher, and that is what I stick to. I don't dive into politics. So, the lecture or the paper is divided into 12. First of all, read this in 30 minutes, timekeeper, 30 minutes, 1 hour for workshop, 30 minutes for, if I spend more than 30 minutes, I stop. We go for workshop. Infrastructure is the stock of fixed capital assets in a country. You hear of fixed capital formation of a country. That is infrastructure. Infrastructure is 75%. Construction is 75% of total fixed capital formation of developing countries. They include roads, railway, airports, hospital, waterways, electricity, communication network. You do not cite, you don't cite too much in workshops. The citation is there, but that's not my look at. It is a generic term for basic structures and facilities that are essential to the generation of economic growth and development in modern cities. We are talking of infrastructure. Thus, engineering infrastructure projects are engineering structures and facilities provided by government or private operators for the social and economic development of citizens. Engineering infrastructure are engineering facilities designed by engineers. Engineers are the prime consultants of engineering infrastructure. They are there in the country for the welfare, economic development, social welfare of citizens. Ajato, 2018, I do not want to cite. Describe cost management as a process of planning, estimating, budgeting, control, and reporting all cost-related issues from project initiation to project closure. Cost management. You will get the paper. There is cost management, there is the concept of total cost management. Cost management starts from initiation of brief to handover, commission and handover. That is cost management. That's the cost processes involved from brief to commissioning and handover. Total cost management. If you add operating and maintenance to it, total cost management. So there is cost management, there is total cost management. There is construction cost, there is total cost. Total cost is when you do life cycle cost. Total construction cost, when the project is completed. Total construction cost. So when you say when the construction cost is when the project is completed. Total cost in ES balance is life cycle cost. You take the operating cost, the maintenance cost, for the life of the project. I'm talking about total cost. So same way we have construction and cost management and total cost management. These include all the processes from employer's brief, preparation of bill of quantities, bidding and award, project execution to project commission and handover. That is the gamut of processes relating to cost management. Cost is the aggregated outcome of all project scopes. There is a citation, but we are in a workshop. Meron 2012 reported that about 78%, this is where you should take note very well,
About 78% of mega projects have cost and schedule slips. Mega projects, cost and schedule slips, overruns, cost and time about. Here's the magnitude. 70% of mega projects. And mega projects include the one we call civil and industrial engineering in NIQS balance. NIQS does not have any engineering. NIQS has 3 types of construction: building construction, civil engineering construction, industrial engineering construction. And that is why NIQS, or in the UK, there are 3 types of SMM. In the UK, where the QS profession originated from, there are 3 SMM. SMM for building, we started SMM 1 1922 to SMM 7 1978, 1988, SMM 7. After SMM 7, now what they have now is new rule of measurement 2. New rule of measurement 2 does not mean second edition. No. Because when you say SMM 2, it means second edition. NRM 2 is not second edition. It's the first one, but it's the second of 3 sets of documents produced by NIQS. That new rule of measurement 1 is for estimating and planning. NRM 2 is for detailed measurement for building works. NRM 3 is for estimating and maintenance projects. So it is not, when you see NRM 2, it's not second edition of NRM 2. It's the second document, out of the 3 documents published by NIQS. They are used together for different purposes. This is the one used for measurement in the UK. The operational usage of this is January 1st, 2013 in the UK. Now, in January 2014, attributed the high cost of procuring civil and heavy engineering projects in Nigeria to low involvement of quantity surveyors. Mark that. Low involvement of quantity surveyors is the cause of high cost of engineering infrastructure in Nigeria. Our president was in the news sometimes, and he blamed the high cost to BESMM. Am I right, my president? The usage of BESMM is one of the causes of the high cost of engineering projects. Now, similarly, also for 2017 observed that although the quantity surveyor is the cost expert in charge of value for money spent on construction, the relevance of the QS has not been maximized. The relevance of the QS has not been maximized in civil and heavy engineering projects in Nigeria. This is a categorical statement, and it is true. You are not involved, but it is your work. If you are not involved and another person is doing your work, it is getting out of hand in cost management, which requires you to go and do your work. But in doing your work, you must have the know-how. If government says, okay, QS, take cost management of engineering infrastructure today. ICPC chairman, you call them chairman of president, was in the said that even projects handled by quantity surveyors are still escalating. You know what statement he made? And I felt bad. He said it's because of the fee is a function of cost. He said the fee that we are paid, because it is a function of cost, the higher the better. Cost management. Ideally, cost should not exceed plus or minus, if this is the cost, plus If you like, you said 10%, but ab initio, it was 5%. So if you score less than 99% in measurement, you did not pass. Because cost management starts from the quantities and the estimating. If you multiply the quantity with the rate, what do you get? Cost. It is this cost you will not be managing cost limit. From cost limit, cost targets in cost planning, distribution of the cost limit among the various elements of the project is cost planning, cost targets, cost checking, cost reconciliation, cost reporting, cost. But if your cost is wrong from the beginning, what are you going to manage? That is why you must know how to measure and describe structural scale works. I do not want to take your time, but okay, thank you. So, some of the factors are due to be responsible for cost escalation of engineering include external threats from other professionals. I think that is it not? Threats from engineer, for example. Lack of publicity. Underline that one, lack of publicity. When I got here, I saw that there was lack of publicity. Or if it was publicized, I'm not giving people publicity. Even when I'm not resource person, I go for workshops to enhance my step, like our president said. If you ask us now, those who just qualified, who the NIQS just gave a certificate of registration, let me see, stand up. Those who just qualified, are there not people who qualified in Oyo State? Stand up. They will not come. We are in a workshop. This is how I teach. Because they think that NIQS has given them certificate. No more learning. My president, you know that's one of your focal points. Emphasize this, sir. God will give you the grade during your tenure. We want to raise capacity, but where are they? You want our big organ. If he has a practicing firm, is he going to be the person who is going to benefit from what I'm saying? No. He employed people to deliver, but they have obtained an NIQS certificate. They are pursuing registration of NIQS, QSROBN. After that, they switch off. They are now here. It's a workshop. They don't want to fabricate. In workshop, they fabricate. That's why I say bring this thing. Bring it. Okay. Please, my chairman, are they attending meetings? Let them, they must make meetings attendance compulsory for them. Say you will report to president. Because president has given them certificate, they stop coming. I expected people from Osun, look at my command, people from Osun to come here for the workshop. You know, people, where are people from Osun? Did you just qualify? It's good, it's encouraging students, but those who just qualified, you know, we have many of them, you know, where they stop learning, lifelong learning. That is the meaning of continuous professional development. Don't stop learning. The moment you stop learning, you expire. You will not expire. But the moment somebody stops learning, the person will expire. Look at what he has come to teach us tomorrow, electrical, using BESMM4R revised. Where are those who just qualified? So go and go to the industry and demonstrate that you just qualified. When I was working, a very reputable firm, I thank them for that. They viewed us. We have something like this in our office. Chief Owete will give you a topic. We give you a topic. We give you a date. We give you a topic. We give you a date. Give you a topic for the month. Give you a date. I wanted to see you that. Our Senate, sir. Give us topic when we come for meeting. Give us 20-30 minutes to speak to the House on topics. Or we just come for meetings, agenda. When I look at the agenda from beginning to the end, matters arising from last meeting. Very good, my chairman. Give us topic. You know, even when you did not publish, am I not participating? But some people will go and be saying that the category is not participating. I know the level of my participation. The level of my participation is capacity building. My chairman, did I know you will come that day? That student who was preparing for NIQS exam. Did I not teach him? How many? One. Only one. Only one. And the candidate called me. I have to, because of one, travel from Ife to Oshogo. Luckily, my chairman saw me. Did you not see me? Even our older ones are not ready to sacrifice to develop the younger ones. I'm not indicting anybody. Okay. Let us sacrifice to develop the young one. Okay, now let's look at cost management. Cost management from the perspective of the quantity surveyor involves measurement and description, pricing or estimating, bidding and contract award, valuation of work in progress, cost control, claims management, cost control involved financial report, fluctuation, claims, variation, and final account preparation. Structural skill is defined as this skill that is shaped according to the use in the construction. Structural steel is one of the most versatile metal products used for construction works alongside cement and timber products. These three products are the most used in the construction industry. Structural steel, cement, timber products. Mention any other product that is used more than these. So, the choice of structural steel work is very hard for measurement. Now, in fact, construction works rank first of all the uses of structural steel works. It is widely used for such infrastructure as halls, auditorium, lecture theaters, event centers, warehouses, bridge railings, gantries, several building types like hospital, factories, libraries, mosques, churches, to mention but a few. Some of the underlying reasons for using structural steel for construction is tensile strength over large spans, durability, higher performance, and prestige. Some people may use structural steel work for their bungalow. They have the money. Prestige. Prestige. Have the money. Instead of using timber, you use structural steel work. We use structural steel work for his owner of papaya. Okay, you see. See, as if I know. My mind was telling me that. Okay, everybody say amen for it. You know, when our younger people are growing higher than their parents, that's not what we are praying for. But as you are growing, don't leave the younger people behind. Come back and that's your wealth of knowledge. Deposit. Chief Owete told us, I told Chief Owete one day, one-on-one. I said, Chief, with all your experience in quantity surveying, you know him, Chief Owete. I said, with all your experience in quantity surveying, Chief, why don't you write a book to document your experience? Fortunately, I left his office in 1997 because I was going to school to learn more, and I cannot do that in private practice. He died in 1998. All that knowledge, my God, if you want quantity surveying, discuss with this experience. Quantity surveying. When they open their mouth, you can't see it in textbook. So I said, Chief, document your experience. I didn't know that I was prophesying. I left his office 1997. Chief, God called Chief to eternal rest 1998. All that practice, look at it. All that experience, look at it. But it is not a waste. I standing in front of this, one of the letters he has written to you. Across for Chief Owete. He wrote a letter and told us to deliver the letters to upcoming ones. I told my facilitator that these big men should not sit in front, that they are not the people I'm talking to. But he said, okay, that is their place. Your place will not be changed in Jesus' name. Now, what I'm saying is that what I'm saying now is more relevant to these younger people, is it not? I don't expect you to be preparing this or that. But those who will prepare it for you, they must be on top of the work. They must not stress you to be looking at why did you do like this? Why did you do like this? What are you paying them for? Every year, Chief Owete used to review our salary that time when things were rosy. When you come to Chief Owete and say, sir, I spent an additional year, Chief Owete will look at your productivity. Productivity, if you are looking for bigger pay, it's your productivity that will give you bigger pay. You are not productive and your employer did not increase your salary. Don't say it's wicked. It's your productivity is looking at. So be more productive. It's an advice. Now, a workshop is a small room where things are manufactured or where light industrial work is done. It is also a brief, intensive course of education for small group where interaction, problem solving are emphasized. Consequently, the methodology of this presentation is more practice than theory, although both are equally necessary, as inadequate theory base can only result in efficient practice. Am I communicating? The two are necessary. Know what you do. They used to tell us as a teacher. Yes, we have agreement. I want to say it. Know what you do. Know how to do it. Know what you are doing. Know how to do it. As a teacher, do I know my topic? Do I know how to transfer my topic to my listeners? So, consequently, okay, the continuous professional development initiative of our institute is quite commendable. The decentralization policy of organizing workshops in state chapters is even more commendable because it will achieve capacity building at the grassroots. This chapter deserves our applause. This chapter deserves our applause for lifting high the banner of hope in this regard. It is hoped that our younger colleagues will take advantage of this workshop for enhanced career prospects. I put something here, which I always emphasize when I teach. We may not be able to prepare the future for our younger colleagues, but we can prepare them for the future. We may not be able to prepare the future for you, but if we prepare you for the future, you will surmount the problems of the future. Somebody clap. Now, measurement and description of construction work. These can be facilitated using dedicated software packages and the measurement codes. It should be noted that effective cost management must be exercised right from the documentation stage of projects. Effective cost management should be exercised from the documentation stage. I think I've said it before. If your quantities and rates are not there, what are you going to manage? It's like a case of if the foundation is destroyed, what will your righteousness do? Now, with the vast array of dedicated software packages, I don't want to do that. Let's go to measurement codes. The first code of measurement, BESMM4R, published by the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, was in 1988 and revised in 1996. It was adapted from the 6th edition of the Standard Method of Measurement, published in 1978 by the Royal Institution of Chapter Surveyors. What I'm saying here is that BESMM4R Nigeria, although they did not write one in it, was published in 1988. It was from BESMM6 of the UK. This BESMM4R that was published in 1988 was revised in 1996. BESMM2 of Nigeria, they call it BESMM2. It was published 2002. It was revised to BESMM3, 2008. They were copied from BESMM7. They were copied from BESMM7 UK, BESMM3 UK, ICE, and BESMM-IEC, BESMM-IEC of 1984 of UK. This, BESMM-IEC 1984 UK, it has never been revised. It's only one edition. This one was 1991 by ICE, Institution of Civil Engineers, UK. Now, we have BESMM4, which was published in 2015. Sorry, was published in 2015. BESMM4 revised was published in 2017. They were adapted from new rule of measurement to BESMM4, SMM-IEC of 1984. Like I told you, it has never been revised. This one was 2012. This one was 2013. So these are our SMM. This one was directly adapted from SMM of RICS. BESMM2 and BESMM3 were adapted from SMM7. CSMM3, SMMIEC. This one is RICS document. Or this one is ICE document. This one is RICS document. So the current one we are using BESMM4. BESMM4 was 2015. BESMM4 revised was 2017. They were adopted from NRM2. CS, that was why I brought. This is what you say we should. This is what you say we should represent. This one. They were adapted from. But the content of this here is highly infinitesimal, if any. When I studied the two documents, I see that this and this are mostly involved. This one, you know, we have part 1 of BESMM4 revised. You know, part 1 of BESMM4 revised was part 2 of it, part 2. If you have it, open it there, you will see part 2, you know. So that is what I do. But I want you to take special note of what I want to say, the last thing. Special note should be taken of the increasing brevity of course of measurement and the implication of this for cost estimating and control. For example, SMM5 was very detailed. It was more detailed than SMM6. SMM6 was more detailed than SMM7. As the years pass, our SMM, our measurement tools are getting very brief. If you go to BESMM4 revised, if you want to use it to describe, you know, when we learn quantities of it, was detailed measure, detailed description. If you want to describe trench excavations, very detailed, and your grammar will be complete, full sentences. But in this SMM, it's phrases, incomplete statements, phrases. And that is why you see not exceeding. Do we write not exceeding again? No. You say less than or equal to. Exceeding, greater than or equal to. If somebody is writing exceeding, and it's not using the terminology of GS. So, description of work, description of quantities are very good. What is the meaning of that? Estimating is not more task. And that is what is in CESM. Before you estimate the rate of a work, you must see the drawing, the specification. So with SMM, do you need to see the specification? No. Everything is in the description. It is not more so. So our young people that are coming up to estimate construction work now, they need to see the drawing, read the drawing very well, read the specification very well. And it is no more the definition of SMM. Say SMM shall fully describe. Shall fully describe. You get it? Full description and not estimated the quantity. But in civil engineering, it's estimated quantity because we measure again. Add measurement. It's only substructure that is measured in building works. Others are found quantities. Let me conclude. The foregoing has explained the concept of engineering infrastructure, cost management, and structural stewardship. The low involvement of quantities available in the cost management of engineering infrastructure in Nigeria was identified with attendant poor cost performance. The paper observed that the progressive complexity of modern engineering infrastructure and brevity of measurement codes demand that Upcoming quantity surveyors, quantity survey practitioners should improve their skill sets for sustainable career prospect. This should also be, there should also be concerted efforts to increase awareness. That is where my president is coming in, which he has been doing. Increase the awareness of the profession through publicity at the grassroots, because we are losing too much projects at the grassroots. People are pursuing federal projects. There are private investors that are handling big projects without quantity surveillance. Look at 360. 360, yeah, 21-story building. There was no QS. Look at that project. No QS. Private sector. High rise at Ikoyi, unfortunately, which collapsed. When it collapsed, I taught my students in part 1. Some of them are here. This one is too. You know, I told you something about building collapse. Is it not? And the linkage of building collapse. QS. Is it not? If you overly control the cost of a project, it can lead to building collapse. Is it not? He said, if you insist, lowest bidder, who may not be able to do substantial work with the project, not that. That is where QS should be. Thank you very much. Now, let us go to, did you see soft copy of the drawing? Soft copy of the drawing. I gave 3 drawings. The first one was a factory building, structural steel work of factory building. Then I gave another drawing, although not a soft drawing, deliberately. It is NIQS question. My part 5 students who are here, Bisola, you know I teach you with NIQS questions. Is it not? I teach them with NIQS questions. This is one of them. 2018 NIQS. NIQS 2018. Question 2, they brought out this steel, structural steel tower. They brought out this, and it's one of the ones I'm giving to you, free of charge. Another one is bridge. You know, bridge has railings, you know, the railings of. So let us look at, go to the foundation. Go to the foundation. Go to the foundation. Before you start measuring, you have to go through the drawing very well. Make sure you understand the drawing very well. Go to the foundation. Do it in a way they will see it. The layout. Show them the layout, not the detail. This is the layout. This is a factory. This is a factory. All these ones are stanchion. All these ones are stanchion. In fact, it is butter frame. Go to the other one. Go to the other drawing, the next drawing. You can see the next drawing. This is the butter frame. These are the columns. These are the columns. Go to that. These are the columns. These are the roof beams. NIQS examination. My boss, Professor, what is it called in Unega? Professor Dusan was an NIQS examiner for many years. One exam question was, what is butter frame? You know what the students wrote? They wrote it, they sketched a tree and put a pot. He told me, I cannot lie, he's alive. So if I ask you what is butter frame? Butter frame is the rigid connection of columns. It's a butter frame. You have stanchion here, you have stanchion here, you have two beams. Rigidly connected, they are rigidly connected, they are rigidly connected at the apex. You are supposed to measure them. There are, I think there are 11 of them. 11 of them like this. 11 of them like this. Warehouse. This is where you use this. Then you use block as infill panels. Non-bearing walls. The things that are carrying out the load and the framework. The framework carrying out the load. If you have money and you want to build your house instead of using column, when you use concrete, you call it column. When you use steel, you call it sanction. When you use timber, you call it stilt. Stilt. Huh? When you use timber as a column, you call them steel. When you use steel as column, you call them stanchions. It is when you use concrete, you call it column. When you use block, you call it pilasters. 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 There is knowledge gap. My concern is that quantity survey is gradually losing its knowledge because of inadequate knowledge management. What we are doing here now is knowledge management, knowledge transfer. If you do not transfer it well to the upcoming one, they will spoil the profession. And the upcoming one must be ready to learn. To learn. When you go to your office, put this by your side. Any work your boss gives to you, use SMN. Don't say we already have it. That is what is the problem now. We already have the description in the computer. And the description according to current practice, go to many offices. I still see based on quantities. Are they prepared the current practice? No. When you still see not exceeding in most views of quantity. Huh? Maximum depth, not exceeding in width. It's not current practice. The global, like our keynote speaker said, we should move with the trend so that we are not left behind. We should move with the trend so that we are not left behind. So, the next drawing. This is the roof. Look at this one very well. Look at this one very well. This is the roof plan or roof layout. Although, when you call any drawing layout don't have dimensions. Any plan you see having dimensions should be roof plan. So let's take it like this one has dimensions. Look at it. These ones now. These are the roof beams. The one we call rafter traditionally. These ones now, this one. They are the Z-polite. They are the Z-polite going like this, like that. These ones, they are stiffener, diagonal bracing. Diagonal bracing. If you want to see them on, assuming this is one rafter, this is another rafter. This is what is done here now. They are done on the slanting plane. They are done on the slanting plane. Thank you. They are done on the slanting plane. To stiffen the rafters. Let me use a rafter. You get it? Those are these ones. Those are these ones. Then look at these short ones. They are anti-sap. Anti-sap. Because the Z-colon is quite flexible. The Z-colon is quite flexible. That they will weld 12 mm rod to each of them. This one, so that they will not be, you get it, make them more rigid. Then there is also what is called cleat. There is what is called cleat. if this is router, there will be something here that is welded to the router before you now put your bed column, so that the column will not be sliding down. You call this one please. So structural steel work is measuring the structural members. You measure the structural members first, then you measure their fittings. What are called fittings? Fittings can be base plate, welded to stanchion. It is this one that you put anchorage to concrete. You get what I'm saying? Then it can be cat plate, it can be gusset plate, it can be splice plate. What is splice? If you have one length like that tower, water tower that is tall, one length of steel will not be enough. You want to join another length of steel to another length of steel to increase the height or length. It is splice plate you will use. This is what is called splice plate. Then there is what is called hunches. Like go to the triangular. This one now, this is hunches. So can you see hunches? Go to the toe here. It's all this another hunch. For making this place and this member to rigidly connect them. You have hunches. You have the cleats. So those are the various what is it called? Fittings. For example, if you want to measure this, what is it called? This work now. What you will do is you want to measure this work. What you will do is you say, for example, one, or you say a fabrication. Whatever you do in the work in the workshop is called fabrication. Whatever house work you do in fabrication. For example, now you will say, if I say you say columns and fittings. You measure it in tons. Columns and fittings. You measure it in tons. 2, roof beam. If you like, you can say, let me use the word you will understand. Rafter and fittings. You measure it in tons. Then 3, diagonal bracing and fittings. Fittings are whatever is welded in the workshop to the column before transporting to site. It is in the workshop, the base plate now, it is in the workshop that they will weld it to it. It's not on site. So columns and fittings, you measure everything about color, then you measure all the fittings to the column. Before you go to rafter and fittings, you measure the rafter, then you measure all the fittings to the rafter. The way they will be transported to site. Then diagonal bracing. Then there can also be like this one. I introduce horizontal bracing. Which place did I introduce horizontal bracing? Go to the plan. Look at it very well. If you understand the drawing, you will be able to measure one by one. There is tension here, There is tension here, They are rigidly connected at the base, Yes. Are they rigidly connected to themselves at the top? No. At the top, go to the section. So this column and the next one to it, there will be a member connecting the two. That's horizontal bracing. Yes. They have been fixed at the bottom. If you also, you get it. sideways movement. This one, if this is the first leg, this is the second leg, the third leg, the head of this leg and the head of this, remember that's horizontal bracing. Horizontal bracing. Then, after horizontal bracing, you can now say Z-line. Then you can now say anti-sag rods. You have finished fabrication. Have you not fabricated all of them? Then you now move them to site. So you now say B, the B now. If you like the B, you can say the B is offsite preparation. Because what is fabricated in the workshop, you will prepare them. What are the preparation? For example, one, wire brushing. You know, still can get corroded. You know, you smoothing them before painting them with anti-rust. So the second one is you can say red oxide painting. Because SMM says, unless it is painting on site, all other painting in the workshop, you should put their name. Don't just say painting. It is only site painting that is recognized in the SMM to be painting. Let somebody read somebody who has the SMM. Let somebody read M8. I want you to read so that you will see how to use this document. M8. Somebody. Or you do not know where to read. 2N. Go to 2N. M8. Nobody saw it. I don't want to read here. I want you to see it. Nobody saw it. Do you see? Am I communicating? Yes. Surface painting carried out. It is only painting that is carried out on site that you put painting in description. There is another clause there that says painting on site. You should give the name of the paint, the type of paint is there. You should give the type of paint. Okay, that one is so. This one now. Then C is erection. So whatever you fabricated here, you know you're going to erect them on site. Is it not?
Yes.
Now mention them one by one. Hold on. Everything here. Everything you are fabricated. Fabrication means cutting to size. The size that you will use in site. Cutting them to size or welding fittings to them. That is what is called fabrication. After fabrication, they are transported to site. For what? For mounting. That is what is called erection. So this erection now, you also have 1 to 6. Am I communicating? Because whatever you have fabricated, you are going to erect. Then D, which is the last one, D, which is the last one, site works. One, grouting. Many keywords. NIQS not put it in their list, but it's supposed to be routed. You know, the base plate, they're supposed to bend it to the pad foundation. You cannot put it just like that. Then bolting. The bolting will be two types of bolting: black bolts and anchorage bolts. What are black bolts? Black bolts are the ones you use to, for example, if you have this one is a corner, you have a gusset plate, for example, you have gusset plate like this. Well, then, you know, the member coming like this, you will bolt it. You see now? This one is called black bolt. This one that we use to anchor it to the concrete pad foundation. This one is called anchoring bolt. Some people call it rag bolting. Rag bolting. So the last thing in B is if there is side painting. You know, some cases like the overhead tank, you may paint it silver. Is it not? That is painting. You call it painting. You don't need to qualify it according to anything. It is only side painting that is called painting. All other painting are recognized by the matricular. Right outside. That's why you do not need to say aluminum painting. Because BESMM4R revised have been very summarized. When you go to electrical, you will see. It is not the way we measure electrical in SMM6 that is measured now. SMM7. The description is very brief, which means those who are going to price bills of quantity produced using BESMM4R revised must be very knowledgeable in reading the drawings and reading the specifications, because they cannot price it using only the description, because the description is very brief. They have to go and read the drawing, then they read the specifications. So, as much as we will want our young quantity surveyors to remove the hands of engineer from engineering infrastructure, you can ask our president. Their criticism over us that we know. So let us deliver. That is why it's very hard. This type of workshop, let us take it as a workshop. When you receive then I want to revise. I want to refer you to something that is very. Let somebody read M1. M1. Somebody read M1 under 2N.
For metal components not included with class, but associated with metal.
Very good. Example, fittings. 2N did not show us how to measure fittings. Where fittings is measured is 2N. You know, Q has done use 4. After N, we go to P, and we don't use I. And after J, we go to F. So, fittings is not measured under 2N. That's why I'm reading the M1. Fitting is not measured under. Another thing that we have not started using, I'm sorry to say this. Yes. I do not know whether any firm has started using it. This document and this document, if you go to part 1 of this document, it's almost exactly the same with our previous practice. You know, when we have quantity, we have rates. on previous practice of gross rate has been emphasized by this. The way we are supposed to be pricing these quantities now is put the prime rates for all the quantities, and at the end you state your profit and loss. The argument is that most unqualified, most incompetent contractors, they have always been hiding their profit and overhead in the rate. They want to know what concrete, reinforced concrete. What is your rate for reinforced concrete? Your rate for reinforced concrete should be rate equals material plus labor plus plant. That's all. You know, normally this one will be plus profit and overhead. That's our rate, is it not? Yes. It's not also with this segment, but we have not started practicing it. You know the reason why? They want to know what is the prime cost of your production of concrete. They want the contractors to compete at two levels. Your rate for producing concrete, sir. Your rate for producing concrete as different contractors. They want to evaluate you on your rate for producing concrete. Then they want to evaluate you on your profit. This document, we have not started using it. That's why I said this document recognizes that all these quantities from 2013 in the UK, which we have adopted in 2015 in BESMM4R, and 2017 in BESMM4R revised, two levels of competition. Productivity level of reinforced concrete. And what is your profit and overhead? Is there. If you go and read it, you see item 211. Then it's also in item 2631, 2.6.31. That's in the preliminary aspect. Can you see item 211? What is in item 211? 2.11. Nobody has seen it? Very good. What did they write here? Okay. Overhead and profit. What is the meaning of this? If you go up, let the content, content of SMM. Go, where do you content of SMM? Check whether it's the content of SMM that is go to this place. Go composition of bill of quantities. Go to this place. That is what should be the content of bill of quantities. Like this document. Go to, that's why I said 2.6. You know? Are you there? 2.6, 2.6. Composition of bill of quantities. So form of tender, summary, preliminary, measure work, go down. Provisional sum, credit, day work, go down. Summary, stop here. Summary of main summary. Main summary now is, for example, my president. Main building, you know, if we have summary. First quarter, if you have summary, this is the summary of main building that you want. What are they? Preliminary. Preliminary. This is the summary of measured works. This is the summary of measured works. Go down, go down, go down. Can you see it? They want you to put overhead and profit as a separate item in the summary, not to put it in all rates. That is it. Critical survey of this document has far-reaching implications for QS practice. They have started practicing it like that in the UK. Immediately they brought it out. But we have adapted it and we started using it. Our rate are still gross rate. Reinforced concrete work. Gross rate plus profit and overhead. I have a defense for why we are doing that.
Defense. You see, the only line is this, because it was one of the things that came off at this NIQS collaboration. In the NIQS, solely on its own, came off with this measure. The contractors are not going to use it for another part of those that came off. So, if you get a deal, I'm not sure any contractor will need to disclose his product. So that is the major problem in Nigeria. Until the entire construction industry will decide to collaborate and agree that this is the way to go. But you know, if we must be real, there is the ideal, there is a reality which is pragmatic.
That's why what I'm saying. That was what I was doing. I said the practice in the UK is different from Nigeria because SMM was not solely formulated by RICS. Building trades employers and workers, Confederation of Construction Workers, came together to formulate SMM in UK. In Nigeria, it is not so. And another reason is that let us not put it here the way they put their own. We can put our own in bracket. Because if we leave it here, we are not practicing what we are saying. Because we put it the way they put it, intending that we're going to do it like that. We are not doing it. So that is why there is still more to do. All of us are here as QS. Everybody is not the QS yet. All of us are QS. There is still more to do. And that is why when you came on board, you know, I chatted with you separate, chatted with you. But people like us are not organized unless when they say, come and teach. Even in our NIQS examination, you know, I told you, you are not at fault. Nobody is at fault. The people we import to mark NIQS exam, they teach measurement in their place. Where is their marking scheme? I have told them once, you were one of the members. I told them, I said, Father, Ruya. I said, Ruya, please, where is marking scheme for measurement of this year? When I went to behold this greenhouse, I'm not castigating anybody. We can do more. We can do more. We can do more. Nobody is guilty, but we can do more. So, exactly the way you measure it, that's where how you will put it in the game. This thing is not detailed. The descriptions are not detailed at all. Now, open your N. Is it 2N you have? Is it 2N you have there? Huh? Give me the set. Is this structural metal work? Is it not? Okay. I've sent it to the chairman. Chairman, I sent the e-copy of CESM report. So the chairman is with the chairman. Another thing I want to say is to the president. Yes. You know, the practice of engineer is anti-architect. Young people in the house can listen. If this is a window, an engineer wants to write the size of this window. If engineer wants to write the size of this window, engineer will say 1.5 by 1.2. If architect want to write it, architect will say 1.2 by 1.5. Are you hearing me? Okay. If engineers want to write bill of quantity, they will say rate before quantity. Yeah. Let us not adopt this. This is the mantra. Okay. Let us keep to our mantra. Because if we follow their mantra, it's a trap. They say we are billing according to the way they are billing. Our own is quantity rate. Let us keep to this. Because this system is recognized by this. So if we prepare our bill of quantity for engineering works this way, it has procedural implications. They have brought us over to follow them. Look at what I'm saying. This one, I don't know whether our senior people, you have seen this thing. If you practice with engineer will say, this is the size of the window. They put height before the width. For door, engineer will say 2.1 by 0.9. But architect will say 0.9 by 2.1, which we have adopted for a long time. And it is there in the SMM. Length, width, and height. Yes, height or depth is the last thing. So if there is any question, when you get the papers, but if there are questions, but all the papers are giving out the papers to our chair for distribution. If you have any you will not find drafting. You will not find drafting in part 2, which measures engineering. But it is a work that should be done reporting from you. Drafting the base plate to the pipe foundation. It should be done. We used to measure something like wedging in SMM5. Wedging. What is wedging? Alignment. You use plumb to align to make sure that it is vertical. That is called wedging. What is the wedging? When you align it and there is a space there, you chop mortar in. That is what is called wedging. It's a labor item. It doesn't involve material. So, structural steel works has come to stay. And why SMM call it structural metal work is that they are an alternative to steel like aluminum. The 2N is structural metal work. They subdivided it into structural steel work and structural aluminum. Is it there in the SMM? Have you closed your SMM? Structural steel work, structural aluminum work. It's not there. Should be there in your own. So ask questions. It is when you ask questions that I will be able to explain what I forgot to explain. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, lecturer. In fact, you have really defined it as workshop from the onset, and it's very, very worthwhile. You can be spent with you. Thank you very much, sir. Question and answers. I know that should be quite okay. Even from the grandfathers. And now you say that it's from everybody. No exception. So please, question and answers. Question time. If you have question, please raise your hand significantly worse than say SPEL immediate past. I hope here we it's a workshop. Okay. I'm counting first. 1, 2, 3. Four. Any other? Okay, good. Before the grandfathers start asking their own, I'll start from 4 behind. Let's learn from the yes, number 4.
Good afternoon, sir. I want to ask based on the use of BESMM4R device. We send the specification and well. So now maybe I want to price for concrete, and the BSM doesn't state the ratio I'm using, but the drawing states the ratio. Do I have to copy the ratio, the description from the drawings, couple with what I have in the BSM to add to it to my description? Since you are talking that when we should use what BSM is saying so that it will be tally with the mode of measurement. So that's my first question. The second one is that this space frame, is there a way to measure it? Or are we just going to use maybe provisional sum or lump sum? I've seen some space frame is just like diameter like this. So that's my 2 questions, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's better we answer as a class. Thank you.
What's the first one? 4 revised. Okay. Well, I should have asked him what is the current description for concrete using this. But I don't want to ask it. Because this document does not, there is what is called performance specification, and there is what is called product specification. Product specification is when you use ratio 1:2:4. That's a product. But it's not guaranteed that ratio 1:2:4 will provide the strength of ratio 1:2. This document does not recognize ratio 1:2:4, ratio 3:1:3:6, 1:4:8. It recognizes performance specification. Concrete producing strength of 210 kilonewton in 28 days should be the heading for the company. Are you hearing me? Where is the question? Do you understand me? Good. So, is the strength of the concrete that this document is emphasizing? No more emphasizing. Because actually, the ratio can be produced under various conditions. My president, ratio 1:2:4 can be produced when rain is falling. It can be produced during Ramadan. ratio 1:2, 1:2:4 produced during Harmattan, when there is rapid evaporation. Will it produce the same strength of ratio 1:2:4 produced during rainfall when there is the moisture content of the atmosphere is high? They will not produce the same. So, performance specification. And let me assist you to ask your question, what you have in mind. What you have in mind is if this bill of quantity does not have ratio 1:2:4, you get it? What I'm saying now is that if you use this document mandated by NIQS for measurement and description of work, you get it? If you use it, you will not see detailed measurement. How do you get, you will not see detailed description. How do you get description? You get description from SMM, drawings, specification. All the specifications are no more mandated to be written in bins of quantity produced using this document. So, to price that item, don't read the bill alone. You will go and read the drawing. What is the drawing saying about that item? What is the specification saying about that item? Since now you are not going to see ratio 1:2:4, go to any office that is producing a bill of quantity using the, are we still putting 1:2:4? So you will go and read the specification of the concrete in the specification note by the engineer. Then you go and read the drawing for sizes and location of the work. You know, location of the work has impact on cost. Is it not? But where we say reinforced concrete column base, 30,000 naira. Reinforced concrete beam at first floor, 30,000 naira. Reinforced concrete beam at third floor, 30. Is it realistic? So it's left for you now to, as a QS, pricing concrete. But some people may query you, why are you using differential rates? Is it not meaningful? Concrete poured at fourth floor and concrete poured at foundation, reinforced concrete column base, reinforced concrete beam, reinforced concrete upper floor. Unfortunately, to all our columns, first floor, second floor, third floor, one quantity. But you can do a rationalized rate. What is the cost at ground floor? What is the cost at first floor? What is the cost at second floor? What is the cost at average of them? And put it as a rationalized rate. That's where you are smart. Are you hearing me? Then the second one, you talk about space frame and space deck. Is it not? That are so, when you look there, when you look at them, the more you look, the less you see. Is it not? We have software packages. You know, I mentioned it. Software packages can aid you. Construction work is getting more complex. In fact, I was working with one of my friends on taking quantities of what is it called? Pipeline in the seabed. The seabed was how many meters deep? Was it 5? The seabed, you know, there are pipelines. There are pipe work in the seabed. And some of them, you call them an umbilical cord. Have you heard about umbilical cord before? When you take off quantities for pipe works, that are used to extract crude on the high sea, can you measure them? Or software will give you their quantities. No matter how complex software, that's why they teach you how to use software. You know, Bluebeam, Plan Swift, you get it. They will give you the quantities of any complex. You don't need to rack your brain. How can I measure this? No! There are software that will give you accurate quantities that you need. Do you hear me? Don't imagine what you're supposed to do.
Good afternoon. I want to congratulate you and thank you for this delivery. Very wonderful. I've been in practice for years. I find that this basic most of us have is having a strong knowledge in technology of what we are doing. So the Bible says we talk about lack of knowledge. You know, brings things that you don't expect. A lot of our people are not well grounded in technology. Because you cannot, I tell people, I said, if I can have everything in the physiology of the human being as a QS, I can cost it. Because everything has its own identification, the ear, the eye, and the connectivity. And I said, so in construction, it's the same thing. But we find that a lot of us are deficient in the technology of these things we are measuring. You cannot do anything when you don't know what it is. And then I also find too that in the nation today, we lack cost indices to use to look at the British system we are adopting. We have all these things as finger touch. You know, you need this. What is the productivity rate for this aspect of work you want to do? You cost it. And you're able to know how many hours before anything you want to do, the hourly rate, how many hours you expect a job to be done. We don't have them here. So we still have a long way to go. And I find too that we are doing this copycat thing. We are progressing so much that the knowledge base following it. And then to come to a place where we crash. Because even the contractors who are there, even the knowledgeable ones, the multinationals and all that, they are just to just please everybody here. Meanwhile, you have those at the bottom who should also use these documents. They don't know what it is. You send these documents to them, how many of them can afford the cost of having a QS in their practice? Who can? Those days we used to have, as a QS man, you can survive on pricing alone. When any bill is out, you can just see the contractor will come, please QS. I want this within such and such a period. And you live on that. But now, how many of these do we see again? You find that there are a lot of things going on in the construction industry. And if you want to start mentioning them, you find that it will get to a place where a situation where we all crumble. And I pray it doesn't come to that. The knowledge base is very okay. So for the younger ones that are coming, I tell them, please ensure you are well grounded in technology. If not, you run into serious problems. We are talking about profit and overhead, and the profit and what you have it. Would you want to tell you how much is going to be as his profit? Don't believe that you are not even entitled to a profit. Any aspect of work you are doing should be for gratis. It shouldn't be so. Abroad, they know for you as a cobbler, for you coming to do anything in somebody's house, you have the hourly rate. And you make sure that when he comes, he does what he's supposed to do. Not here, people come to work, you spend time testing, talking on the phone. So you cannot measure anything. So we have a long way to go. And I want to thank you so much for what you have done today. It's something that all of us are craving for. Something that I am saying too, that we should tread slowly in adapting what is happening over there. Because if you do, some of us, I was in a situation where I've had to work extra hard because of deficient training. A lot of our people have had. As you at this age, having job to work through nights and all because somebody is not doing what he's supposed to do. It's all over the place. And I know a lot of people who are not well grounded, who call themselves quantity surveyors today. And I'm also aware that a lot of contractors don't carry their piece of money to quantity surveyors. What they just do, how much did we price this the other time? How much is it? How much do you think we should be now? And if you tell them you want to go and do market survey, what's market survey? So we still have a long way to go. I want to thank the Institute for this training. It's good for those of us who are long in practice. It's good for the younger ones coming. It's good for those who are in school. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I did say when I was in this session that people should have got you. I didn't tell them why. But I'm sure now we know why we should have got you. One, because we have interest in developing capacity. And they are doing it passionately. And I was just speaking to the president that we need someone like you to present papers, workshops at the national level. Because I've seen some things. I will say so much. I've seen something. People come to prepare to present papers. Because I didn't know it. They just plagiarize from there, and then put the paper and present. But they're not speaking with passion because they don't know it. But we can see the difference because we know it now. So I was telling the president, let's encourage people like you to participate at national programs so that this knowledge is impacted in as many people as possible. That's one. Two, I know you are putting a book on measurement or not survey. That's from years ago. You need to feel that as a guide to those of us who are in the practice, who have been long in the practice, and then those who are coming up, so that the things you were saying earlier will not be strange. So, because I know some lecturers, I'm sure with due respect, some lecturers are not as well baked as others. I mean, everything down. Because of this taught you in school. You are taught by people. I mean, they had a class on time where one was asking, what is suffix? I don't know if you remember. Yes, the graduate was asking in a class of the bill. So what is suffix? I was shocked. The graduate. So if we have that, it's like need to be trained. So if you can revise that, and we're going to other areas of the profession in this form, so that people can read. We can buy the books and read, and then that will further enhance possibility. The third one is to request that. I've not seen your documents. I saw this one, but the practical, the drawings, I don't know if you teach any measurement so that we can have that to complement what you have told us. We can go back and then study and go there together.
I get projects like the ones I showed, and the structural steel elevator. This one and the solution. Yes. Oh, okay. I get all of that. Yeah, I mean, for example, this is water storage. Then a bridge railing. No, bridge has some railing. Bridge railing. I get that. I guess the only thing is that this one, I believe in pragmatism. This one I have. The drawings are yes, the solutions are.
Yes, I know. In fact, I see some answer. I see some people raising up their hands. Please, just raise up your hands now. We still have a couple of minutes so that we can know the exact number. We don't want to exceed 1, 2. Okay. Yes, I'm coming to you, sir. Sorry, let me just quickly pass this announcement. It's supposed to come up later. For every participant, please, we ask of you to drop your email at the registration desk. All the materials, all the lectures that can be shared today will be sent to you via email. So please make it a duty that you drop your email before you leave.
Thank you very much. And I must join other participants to commend Dr. Kadi for the job well done. Thank you very much for giving us a round of applause. I have a question, but that question will come at the end of my comment. I have a comment. And I thought Mr. President permission to make some recommendation regarding document BESMM4R. I was part of the committee that revised the document in 2017. That's what we have had. And on the composition of BOQ, that is what we do. The reason why it's difficult for us to follow what we have in development activity is the level of standardization in the so low. In the UK now, when you talk of structural steel member, you can put the form through and you get the cost of applicating all the components. The cost of erection, they have it in standard size. They have them in standard size. And if you look at our BESMM4R, you see when you are measuring particularly building section of BESMM4R, you will see not exceeding 1 meter, not exceeding 9 meters. 9 meters is standard size. You have 9 meters standard size of the expansion. You don't have the level of standardization in Nigeria is so low. And when I make comments, I have issues with BESMM4R, but we have very senior colleagues that are not able, and they have that person. If you don't bring this to the fore now, we will have never know that things are changing. So that is why, and they don't want us to keep on revising. The document we have in NRM2 is what we have here, with little modification. If you study SNM7 has about 9 columns. New rules of measurement has 6 columns. This document follows that of SNM7 9 columns. But all, and that is why the little mistake we had that made us to revise the document came up. In the, placing some of this information in classification, it displays some of this information. That is why this revision has to come. So on that, it will be difficult to implement immediately. NIQS is trying, but the essence of this is for us to know we need to change. And if you go and do some investigation, there will be study be conducted. It's only the Nigerians of quantities of that are trying to mimic any standard worldwide. Engineers, they don't have any standard. Architects, they rely on manufacturer's catalog, which is different from practice in the UK. In UK, they have national building specification. That is what form basis for BESMM7. And they derive from a document called Common Arrangement of Work Section. That is what architects will use to design and specify. That is what engineers will use to design and specify. And that is what US used to develop BESMM7. So there is a kind of level of collaboration in the UK that is not happening. It's only considered that there's okay, let us do things right. And that is why they are pushing us up. For the practitioners in our midst, you know that notice that you are working in a team of consultants, but you are the most hated. They will push you aside. It's not because you have done anything, because you know what cost. You let your friend don't pay more than this. And when clients realize that you are protecting him, he calls you using information from you before going to them. So that is one problem we have in the industry. So that composition is to be known of NIQS, but gradually, I believe I will reflect something like that. And if you also notice, there's an aspect that there's nothing like contingency. But we still use contingency. So what BESMM4 clamor for is the use of risk and risk. So how many of us now can assess and then quantify risk and put money against risk now? That is what we know we have this document. Contingency is not allowed because it's just a provisional sum that companies must be exposed. But but we have anything now, which presently we still rely, most practice, I know the president, you will see your the voice in the office, they still use for DJs. And sometimes there will not be the risk of this exchange risk. How will you be able to predict exchange rate? And how will it affect the cost of exchange rate? And you will be able to put cost against exchange rate for a project that will run for about 6-7 years in Nigeria. So that is a little bit difficult. Then disparity between there is a disparity between BESMM4 and CSMM4, which is what we have here. And then the rules of measurement. Because on the description of item, if you look at the general process, I think section 1 gives QS the opportunity that you can describe, you can provide more description, more than we have in this document, where it becomes important. But it is not applicable to the other section. And that is one of the fundamental problems I have with BESMM4. How can we marry two different documents that have, they are based on different philosophies in one document? Now, all the preliminary pages that we have explain units of measurement in section 1 of BESMM4. Now, we have some discrepancies in the handling of civil engineering measurements. And not explained in detail in this document. Unless we make reference to CSMM4, we will not see some explanation here. So, like the measurement of concrete that you mentioned, yes, we read the structure now is different. But you do this section, you said mention grades. That grade we have grades of concrete, grade 10, grade 20, grade 25. And that is a transformation from using 1.5 to 3, 1 to 2 to 4, and 1 to 3 to 6. So that one is still explained there. So one thing that when you are using the civil engineering section, you need to be your hand on civil engineering standard method of measurement in 4th edition. Like the Royal Father was mentioning, consolidated charges, method related charges, they are well defined, described in the CSMM4, but they are not explained here. What they want us to know is to know that QS can do it. And we have a major problem in Nigeria. In the UK, the QS, Port of assisted ICE to develop further 7.4. Although that 7.3 was like the British 7.7 was developed after the ICE CE 7.3. The civil engineers were the first to start the classification of showing, the 7.6 was a process. For classification of measurement information started in SLM7. It was done after the production of CE SLM3. No doubt about that. But in the UK, civil engineering firms, they rely on QS to produce cost information. And the whole practice is completely different from practice there. Because you will see QS handling costs of projects. But in Nigeria, because there is no standard and anything goes, if they are not advised of plant wrongly in developed country, you can lose all the money you have acquired throughout your practice to litigation. But in Nigeria, if you do that, it's the son of single person. So nobody will go to court to check. That is one of our problem in Nigeria. And that is what is making designers. It's not only engineers, designers generally. They have devised a way of once they contact the client, you want to have to honor everything. But we are not tired of this. That's why what we are talking about, we are developing capacity. Develop capacity. I have in this room that you have a keyword that working in the engineering firm, and is the head of the quantity unit. They know our capacity. Let us develop that capacity. And then you want to know that we have the money to finance this project. They will not engage in here to manage the cost. But if we fail to develop our capacity because of the challenges we have now, it will be a problem. And I want you also to know that the problem of the country is not what the NIQS can solve immediately. I remember in the time of President Obama, he wanted us to have construction industry development model. That is to institutionalize construction industry, just the way we have banking sector, so that all activities of the industry will be under that umbrella of construction industry development model. We don't have something like that in Nigeria. So when you come to creation of authority, I know you work with them our president to make sure that such comes to reality. Now, on the issue of software, yes, this one particularly to the YPS. Sorry, the young person surveyors. Yes, we have software, they can measure, they can estimate, but we cannot rule out human intelligence in anything. And that is what the problem they have in countries like UK now is, there are no more, serious development. They are only in UK is innovation, maintenance, and people. Where we have construction activity going on worldwide today is in the Middle East. And you need to go and see how the team of Nigerian people doing the construction industry in the Middle East. And it's because we teach the concept, the rudiment of concept, that is measuring from the first person. That is what is happening. QS for UK and another measure for first person. So there was one of our QS in Qatar. I said, we met them in group. And they said, once you say we're QS from Nigeria, you know interview you. And it's because of this, we measure using the basic, rules of measurement, working from the first principle. So as much as possible, let us know that one very well. It is on when we know it, we'll be able to explain to software vendor what we want or how to develop those. If we cannot do that, then the tradition will go offline. I will not be able to replace it. Now to my questions. On fittings. My question, sir, is on the fittings when it comes to structural steel work. There is a kind of conviction that we used to have in the building section of building and engineering federal regulation. They asked whether we can make allowance for fittings and also make detailed measurement. I used to think that in the past, we used to measure all these angle plate, gusset plate, describe them, with them, number, and things like that. But now they want us to allow us as a percentage, we can allow a percentage and do detailed measurement. So under what umbrella or under what circumstance can we measure the percentage and under what circumstance can we provide detailed measurements? That is my question. I used to get confused here. But I want to also straighten my knowledge about that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for all your detailed lecture on SMM. Because this workshop is not on the overview of SMM. I have many things to say, but I don't need to say. What I need to say is SMM as it applies to what is going to be practice. How do you use it to measure? Then, starting from the last one you made, you say, yes, it is there that we can, what is it from? Percentage. It's from knowledge management. You do not have the knowledge management. The percentage you will take will just be very spurious. That is going to be one of my advice to NIQS. I thank God that the president of NIQS is that we should domesticate knowledge. It's very easy. Like I recommended in this my paper, you will go through the paper. Pricing of structural steel work should be a subject of domestic, should be a subject of nominated subcontract. How did BESMM originate? BESMM emanated from contractors, not QS. So QS will sit down in their office and allow BESMM of 200 million for, where are they? Where are the breakdown? How you arrive at the 200? Experience. That is not domestic. Knowledge management is what can give you a better allowance of facility. What do I mean by knowledge management? If you have been doing your property, you have been doing it over and who can do it over the years more than the artisan himself. So when you have structural steel work, tell an artisan, give me your, I have one, and it's in the paper. I didn't read it. Give me your estimate. Structural, there are structural steel practitioners. Is that not fabricators? Don't know their price much. Because of fabricating steel. If you document their detailed breakdown of their costing, don't only take pieces from them. The details of how the PC sum was arrived at, you document it. And if you have done that over the years, you can be looking at different costings of fabricators, and you will be looking at the percentage cost of fittings to the work. So it has to be knowledge management that can give it. But for me, I believe in detailed measure. So when you say you are confused between which one, if you can document cost management of structural steel works over the years, when I say document, you know percentage of fittings as a cost of the total work. You understand me? Then what I'm saying, based your assessment on what is practical. And what is practical is feedback from fabricators. Feedback from fabricators. So the only thing that we advise the NIQS is that when we have documents like this, I think interacting with you because I knew him a long time from Lagos. When he was NIQS chairman in Lagos, he was using my services. I was in Ife. I was traveling to Lagos to deliver tutorial for NIQS candidates. He was inviting me. When he left, he did not invite me. I stayed my own. So, what I'm now saying is that a document as rich as this, NIQS has put in it. The only advice I would give is what my organ who advice. I'm a supervisor, so I'm a supervisor. No, you cannot. I will tell you if he actually has you read my book. All right. No sleep. Now, what I'm saying is that this document can be richer if we cross-fertilize our ideas. Can be better if we cross-fertilize our ideas. Once upon a time, Mr. Martin brought me and said, NIQS, Association of African. You know, there was a time when they wanted to have a measurement code. Circulating. So the people that should have input, not the people we think should have input. Very seriously, I'm ready to in capacity building. Coming to my organized comment that we lack the technology. Excuse me, sir. No university will equip every student with everything. When you leave school, you have to develop yourself. I was not just structural steel work when I was in school. I was not just electrical. Did they teach you electrical when you finish? You can't blame the system, especially now that to employ you need to know a senator. Before you, I was only talking the son of nobody and getting something without knowing anybody. It is now also in the system. When I was in Yabate, they posted a lecturer, Dr. Matthew, the way they work together. They posted a lecturer from Abuja to come and be a lecturer in Yabate in our department. Mr. Nyangudo was the HOD that time. Mr. Nyangudo was frustrated. He said, "Someone I know bring some." I think Mr. Nyangudo's this thing was very brave to reject. Are we courageous to reject anymore? If they bring somebody, a senator, to come and be a lecturer in my department and I'm the HOD, who am I to reject when the senator has said employ? So, unfortunately, I told them in my university, what you cannot cover at undergraduate level, cover it at a master's level. But the coursework of master's level, go and look at it. Go and look at it. Eh? If I say master's people, master's level, who want masters, to stand up here and say their university taught them structural steelwork. I didn't know. So I was student. And I just something there. That is what we are here now. To build our capacity, because we are not going to be preparing the quantity. That was after NIQS this thing, I'm expecting to come up with association, something like permanent or president of Africa. Let me preparing this quantity. But before you do that, God will empower you to empower the young. I know. Some of these are some of I told him sometimes, that's an ordinary member of NIQS, I president, my God. When I told him, he fixed my God now with this now. But that's relating to, is it not development of NIQS? I didn't say it should for you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I recognize that you're going to ask a question and you complete. We have to. Sorry, we spend time more than necessary. We don't want to stretch the benevolence of the owners of this facility. They'll be cooperating with us and we have to shut down the generator by 4 minutes. So please, let's make the question so snappy that I will rush this out. Yeah, quickly.
Thank you, sir, for the session. I want to ask for the difference between the structural mental work in the building section and the structural mental work in the engineering section. And also the building section has the room for testing. Why I didn't see it in the mental work. So I just want to know how to when to use the measurement tools in the building, like what type of work, what type of engineering installation work, how we use the measurement tools.
Building works essentially. Like if you have, you can measure you get it. If it is in, for example, if it is warehouse, if it is factory, it's better to use the engineering section. But if it is a library, you get a roof truss. For a library, you get it. For other building types, you get it, that are not purely engineering facilities. Engineering facilities. You know, factory is engineering facility. warehouse is more of a workshop, it's more of a, but if it is hospital, accommodation, the difference between building facility and engineering facility is building facility are mostly for accommodation because it's offices. An office, for example, is not an engineering facility. You get it? Or factory is an engineering facility. You get it? So then you mentioned says yes. That when building emphasizes testing, you measure testing. The testing is the load, the structural steel work we carry. The roof covering, you get it? The roof covering and this thing, the structural steel work we carry. You know, the column will carry the roof covering, the load of E, Z column, bracing. All of them are coming on the column. You see now? You aggregate all that tonnage and use the number of columns to divide the weight. That is the test you will subject each column to. You get me? For example, if you are measuring bridge, you know, bridge has columns. See now? Okay, the length of the bridge. You know, the bridge has a depth. The depth is made of precast and in situ in collaboration with the reinforcement. Okay, you calculate the volume of in situ multiplied by 2,400 kg. That is the weight of in situ concrete. Calculate the volume of precast concrete multiplied by 2,300 kg. That will give the weight of the, add the weight of the precast to the weight of the in situ, to the weight of the reinforcement, to the weight of the asphalt surface. You get it? Then get the total weight, then get the dead weight, the life weight of the lorries. Lorries, assuming the lorries are stationary on the bridge, there is hold on. And the length of the bridge divided by the length of the trailer to know how many trailers can be on the bridge. On this lane, that is the life load. Then each trailer is 30 tons. Because that's it. Because the recommended one is that because of time, but we overdo things. It's 30 tons. So if you say 45, multiply, assuming 7 years, 45 times 14. That will be the tonnage of the life load. Plus the dead weight of the concrete deck and asphalt times factor of safety 2.5 in engineering design, then divided by the number of bridge columns. That is the load you will use to test the strength of each column. Do you get it? I'm not teaching you on that bridge, but they work together.
I know it's just about students of greatness. My question would be, sir, does bamboo fall under the category of seeds? Also, this is more like a recommendation to the institute. If those, because some of us have issues with structural calculation, if there can be a way whereby they can, assess those lecturing the students, because sometimes, most times the students have issues.
Is it in your school?
Not only in my school. Yes, because I know of students from other schools, they made similar complaints.
So it's more like either the students don't know it enough or the lecturers. So I don't know if there can be a way of assessing the lecturers as well. Maybe workshop like this, they can organize for them.
Is trying. NIQS is being accreditation. I think NIQS is being accreditation for USRODM. It's been accreditation for university. My friend, what you have said, you know, each university is autonomous. You know, each university is autonomous. One day, are you hearing me? Maybe you can try it. One day, I had the opportunity to speak with our registrar. The registrar, I had the opportunity to speak to her. And what did I tell the registrar? I said, BESMM, let the students that I'm teaching, as I'm assessing them, let them also assess me. And I throw it a challenge. Shebi, I used to tell you people to assess me. See now, I say, if you think that I'm not competent to teach you this course, go to HOD and tell him to change me. Have I not told you in the class? I'm on my own. For a general assessment of everybody, me, I'm not being here. Let my students assess me. If they think that, what is he saying? Go and tell your HOD to change me. There's no quarrel here. Not after I failed your enemy, you say, please. Complain to your, don't bring them like this. This is for we not work. No, you see, bamboo, is it not? Whether bamboo can be used as support, you know? No, the name, maybe we will invent another name, but I've told you the names of what I know. When you use timber as a vertical support, when you use steel as vertical support, when you use reinforced concrete as vertical support, and when you use block as column, those are the names that I know. But a research can be done to know the name of when you use bamboo.
I'm very not to use this, but I just feel that I've been asked since to make some points, but I felt I should very, very speak before I did comment. Well, you see, what Dr. Abdulaziz did say when the committee of this was the fact that before that time, you go. When you talk about 5 different farms, you'll be amazed that all of them are using different methodologies. Up to the time this was done, there are people still using SMM5, even then there was SMM7. So farms use SMM6, and then there are those who are using SMM7. So there was a need to have a common code, and that was what led to BESMM. But then, like I said, because of the rush to do it, and because they were putting 2 separate documents, and they realized that there was a challenge, there was some errors that were noticed, and that was what led to the so-called division. That's why they are BESMM. Now, it's also important to also say this. What has been said here, those in the Ife are lucky to have somebody. I used to say everywhere I go, when some of our candidates, they want to be based on the same person. Say, look, there are some institutions, particularly federal institutions, who are well funded and they have facilities and can engage who are qualified veterans. I'm sorry, I'm saying this without trying to punish everybody. But when you go to some of the state polytechnics, you cannot say this. And if we are not honest enough with ourselves to realize that we're making a mistake. But then, like Dr. Quantities has said, you know, as a program, some back when we are on the so what that means in effect is that after you have learned in the classroom, in the university or whatever you are, when you go outside, you have to seek for that knowledge. Because it's that knowledge that will take you far. Yeah, when we started, he was asking about how many of them qualified last year. That's the problem when I do it. Incidentally, before I came to know, I asked the accountant, director, finance, that I wanted to see the list of those that have paid their subscription for this year. Let's even start from there. And I'm amazed. In the whole chapter here, only 60% have paid. They are sufficient for a year. Ordinarily, by 31st of March, if you have not paid, you are no longer a member of the NIQS. You go and check the constitution. So that is part of the problem. How can you grow your knowledge when you don't interact? How can you interact when you don't share? I'm happy when I came in and I saw that. It's a starting point. If I had to quarrel with the PRS, because I saw on one of the platforms that the Zoom link was being shared. And I felt some people paid to come here. And then we are sharing the Zoom link. So for somebody who is not here, who has not paid to listen to this free of charge, then how do I apologize those who are taking pains, who are sacrificed to be here? And that's why that had to be taken off. Because I thought it's not fair. Everybody's going through the same pain. But it's just that some people feel they must sacrifice for the knowledge they want. And that's right. Yeah, I'm sure there are some who cannot come here who are willing to probably join via Zoom. I don't mind. But not for somebody to join free of charge. It's not fair. Dr. Quantities has left some things to come here. You came all the way from here. And like you said, yes, we talk. I like his spirit. But he's one of the few that we have in our institution. When I was vice president and I was chairman of the education committee, we are trying to do a compilation of all the academicians that we have, all the QS who are in various departments. We asked the HODs to send us the list. What was the idea? The idea is to look at some of these institutions and see some, and look at those institutions who have capacity that are in excess, and see how we can collaborate within a particular zone. For instance, you can ask our country, okay, like the Southwest here, some of the students here in the Southwest who need somebody, a lecturer in measurement. You ask him to come and assist. You have somebody else who is good in the measurement of MEP, like Dr. Tsai and Bible Super. They can do the same. But if we get a commission from them, no. That is the problem. Another problem, like I said, is you and I. Because it's people like you that are there as HODs. But yet, they talk about that and let us in the practice. The people in the practice are blaming those in the academics. That they are not training these kind of people come out, the graduates. That by the time they come out, they are not useful to it. Those in the higher institutions are blaming the practice owners. That they don't take them for internship. That is why they don't pay anything. So you have these false, like this game, don't back and forth. But all of us must be ready. I was happy when Jones mentioned Zoom mentor. That's a was true for me. But when he came in, how to manage it. I said, yeah, the same story to share. I was lucky. And that's why, for those who have come across me when I was in Lagos, I tried to encourage the younger ones. And this is a challenge to the older ones. And even these young ones that are coming up, you have gotten free. Although you have spent some money, you should be willing to give. How do you give? Don't necessarily money, knowledge, mentorship, encouragement. Most of the young ones, what they need is just encouragement. Even if you cannot employ them, try them. So that when you come back and begin to complete, they are not good enough. People do not think they don't have somebody to guide them in the right directions. Now things have changed. In the days when I left school, you can only work in about 2 places: government, consultancy firm, or contracting. To enter a contracting firm was a challenge. Government, you get to government, especially you apply, which you are working. But now, that's engaging what's the way. Now, I understand that this school as a QS, as a go to school. So many other farms are speaking up the happiness of it. In those days, there was nothing like that. There are so many other opportunities. So, what I only encourage and admonish, particularly to government, which is what I do see every day. You have the opportunity that most of us never had. The internet for nobody knows. You have 3 ebooks that are available that you can study and understand more about this profession you are doing. I wish everybody would welcome to
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Okay, so we think it's first time we coming to the concluded part of the sessions today. So we want us to give another round of applause for and as a little appreciation from our end, we would like to call on the students of our students. I want to go. You have effort, allow you to present this class.
On behalf of the National Police and Untitled Chapter, I gladly present this position to you, QS Academic Escalate. Please note the appreciation of your contribution and support to the success of the Untitled Police Chapter to the workshop as CPD 12 and the theme measurements and control management of design infrastructure projects with DSM for the device as a resource person. And today, 20th and the 21st of this 20th of April, 2022. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. We round it up quickly, and part of the announcement that we have to make is that tomorrow, while coming, please endeavor to come along with the BESMM4R device. It's a workshop we're having, and essential some of the sessions tomorrow. And secondly, please, there won't be taking place to be waiting for tomorrow. We are all taking place ourselves, special ones. So the programs will be starting by 9 a.m. tomorrow. All our suspects are in time, so there won't be any delay. With the indulgence of my president, my chairman, I invite QS Olabi to please give us the closing prayer. The lunch will be served afterwards. Please take your ticket handy. Thank you very much.
Shall we pray? Almighty God in heaven, we want to appreciate you for the privilege of giving unto us, even for today's program. Father, we give God the glory and adoration. We say, be thou exalted in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Our Lord and our Father, we conclude today's and we are committing tomorrow to your vision. Father, we pray that Lord will guide us in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Lord, concerning tomorrow's program, we ask, O God, that you take absolute control in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Lord, for what you have helped us to do today in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Lord, everlasting Father, for in Jesus' mighty name we pray.
Thank you very much. Yeah, for all our moving mentors and people on the line that want to take their phone and take away. There is provision for that. So please, there is a lot of our idea wrong between you. So please, you can have your children. Nice evening, everybody.